understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. It's that Mamdani guy. He's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinnie sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jace, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, all you lovely people. How we doing today, folks? How we doing? Hello. Wonder if I need to change the title of today's stream. I wonder. I've been trying to figure out how to maximize some viewership. I think I need to change it up a little bit. You know what? Let's do it. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed the rebrand. There we go. Fix it in real time. Fuck it, we're doing it live. How we all doing, folks? There we go. There we go. Cool. Nailed it. Oh no, Rachel Wilson is fucking crazy and stupid. You have to be both to marry Big Papa Fascist, so it makes sense. Making pony NPCs for a zombie My Little Pony campaign and having a lot of fun with it? Hell yeah. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello, the Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Odd Spectre. Hello, Jenny Ah. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Kiva Indafur. Hello, Hammock. Hello, Paladin Lost. Found some excellent brain rot. Oh God, I have seen this. We cannot sustain it. I can't do Jim Brewer. I can't do it. Paladin, hello. You know what? Maybe I will, if you can get me the original clip for that Jim Brewer segment, and we get 200 subs, I will consider it. Forlorn79, hello! Webmage101, hello, Quinn Decker, hello to you, hello, Cute Dark Arts, hello! Ninja Not 9000, hello, Nocturnal 8999, hello, Weenifer. Hello, Brass Man. Hello, Nimbleline. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Red Bomber. Hello, Amador. Hello, Blake Gunnels. Hello, Jose Marino. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Yes, somebody did indeed marry him. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, Gas Station Boner Pills. Hello, Fixer at Home. Hello, Sonnet. Hello, Latzia. Hello, a raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Heckin' Stuff. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello. How we doing? Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, the Rust Bard. Hello, Dreaming of Kadath. Hello. Howdy, 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 folks. Hello, How to Be Epic. Hello, Maliki. Hello, Red Dawn. Hello, Travis T. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Shootbang. Hello, Hammock. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Not Smirt, and thank you for being the first person to support stream today with a $15 dono. Very much appreciated. Hello, Werix. Hello. All right, what is this? All right. Okay, I got the Jim Brewer clip queued up. If you guys get 200 subs, I will cover it. I will bite the bullet. I will be the trailblazer. I will be the pathfinder. We will make it through this together. Of course. And let's see. Hello, everyone. Hello, Peace Earth. Are you still writing the Holy Mackerel fanfic at 500 subs? No. Hello. Though Paladin Lost at some point is going to finish the Thomas the Tank Engine fanfic. I think you should do a comprehensive review of the entire Bruniverse for like 2,000 subs. What is the Bruniverse? What is this? What is that? It makes me mad that that's a phrase that came out of your mouth. Who is Big Papa Fascist? There used to be a guy who did like debate stuff on a show called The Crucible. He went by Big Papa Fascist. He changed his name, but I don't remember what his like handle is now. He goes on like those the whatever podcast and like yells at like sex workers and like can't open pickle jars to prove a point. It's you know, I guess somehow it's a living for him. Jim Brewer's Wait, that's what he calls his own channel the Bruniverse. I hate that. Oh yeah, his name's Andrew Wilson. Yeah, that guy. How's the pyramid stream yesterday? It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I had silly good times. Are you guys ready? I feel like I got a pretty solid show planned for you guys. Also, update on the experiment for vertical chat. I'm not sold on this whole vertical stream situation we got going on here. I don't know that enough people actually give a shit about the vertical world. I don't know if it is bringing in enough viewers to justify itself, but you know, maybe we'll keep it going for like another week or so. See what happens, you know. You attended your labor meeting? Hell yeah, Red Dawn. Wasn't vertical chat being nasty yesterday? Fuck them. Yeah, but the thing is, right? That vertical chat is like an island that we made for criminals, you know? Like it is it's effectively it's a bulwark. It keeps you safe.
Diagonal stream when?
Okay. Diagonal stream. I don't know, you know? Maybe someday. Somewhere over the rainbow. The haters seem to love this chat though. Well, that's the thing, right? Because if I don't have the dedicated vertical stream, what I do is I click a button on the back end of the YouTube live stream controller that's labeled dual stream. But I do it on the horizontal stream. And what that does is it puts the horizontal stream into like the vertical YouTube lives and auto crops it to just whatever's in the middle of the horizontal screen, right? Which is fine, but then it does mean that all those crazy people get thrown in with you guys in the horizontal chat. Okay? So I guess you gotta pick your poison here, chat. Except you don't get to pick it. I get to pick it.
Hate you.
Latzia, thank you for being a member for 6 months. How has it been 6 months already? That's crazy. That's chill. We keep them in line. Really, it will. The analytics and like the views will determine whether or not I just remash vertical and horizontal back together. Unaware of what the different chat types are? That's fine. You don't need to know what the different chat types are. You can live in blissful ignorance your entire life. Hello, Sonia Sluss. Okay. I'm sleepy, but we're going to jump into the show. We have a great show today, and I'm just going to list off at the top what we're going to be talking about. I watch your vids most mornings, and YouTube has been recommending vertical over normal. I had to manually find the good stream this morning. Yeah, I don't know. I think what's frustrating and what should be the case, right, is that for a single instance of a stream, I should be able to choose the vertical output instead of being subject to the YouTube horizontal auto crop. But they don't let you do that, and it's very irritating and frustrating. Okay, so what is on the docket today? We're going to try it for like another week, see how it goes, and go back to how it was if this just isn't working, you know? Also, send push notification. We are going to be talking about the fall of Google search. We're going to be talking about, can children still read in the year of our Lord 2026? We're going to be talking about the rise of normal gay. And we're going to be talking about fascism as a death cult. We're going to be talking about Jeff Bezos essentially trying to convince you all that he's just a normal man, just normal men. And we're also going to be talking about the UK bathroom stuff Labor is trying to pull. And we're going to be talking about how, the Trump administration really seems to be going for it. And I'll elaborate on what that means later. And we're also going to talk about how farmers basically sold themselves and everybody else out in America. So that's what we're going to be talking about. It's going to be a big, wide, sweeping show today. Normal gay, is that the LGB without the T weirdos? Nah, I think it's a little bit different than that. We'll find out. We'll go on a journey of discovery together. Sweet, yesterday's episode was a pleasure to watch. Thank you. It means a lot hearing that, folks. We're in like a slump as a channel as far as it goes for like new viewership. So if you guys can do your part, like the stream, share it around to wherever you think might be interested in it. Do the things. It helps a lot. And we'll get started. Oh yeah, also, click the goddamn button. Yeah, I don't know how to prevent you guys from, or how to make sure you guys get notifications other than click the bell icon. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click and YouTube and riverboat.gg. There we go. Nailed it. There we go. You know what? I'm going to amend the title of the stream one more time. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I am trying to shift into stream mode and my brain is having a bit of a difficulty. Bear with me, folks. We're doing some technical difficulties. There we go. Cool. Hello, Mr. Anderson. Hello, Where is Waldo? Hello, Burning Sock. Hello, Elizabeth. Hello, one and all. Hello. I have the bell clicked. I'm just terrible at noticing. That's fine. It happens. Okay. Are you all ready for our first segment? Does changing titles affect views? No idea. We'll find out. Let's get ready for horrors! Alright. Let's do this thing. So, folks, I wanted to talk about the fact that Google is in the process of killing its golden goose. And we've known this for a long time, you know? Like, we've known that Google has been tweaking its search algorithm, its how it presents search results, etc. Like, everyone has noticed the AI overview that is seemingly inescapable. And, well, today they announced one of the ways that they are going to be evolving Google search is to simply remove the links to anything from Google search. And here's a video example they released showing how this will work. Right? So instead you ask Google, you know, you could do an image search or whatever, and help me find a similar dress but in this color scheme and under $150. And then it just, like, it does the AI thing. It's just, what if our entire product was just AI overview and you had no choice to go back to how it was? Why? Because they think that a major selling point of their new search engine is going to be that it's conversational. They're billing it as conversational search. So instead of having like typing in a search parameter or anything like that, instead you can have a conversation with an AI agent and the agent will fetch your search results. And it's genuinely maybe one of the worst ideas I've ever seen in my life. You know? Time to invest into DuckDuckGo. Unironically, like, time to, like, switch over your shit to, like, other search engines, because, like, you might have a lot of your stuff on Google or Google related services, but, like, it might be time to start migrating some of that stuff, because, like, we're going to get into some of the longer term effects of something like this, but just in the short term, AI overview frequently gives incorrect information. Like, the AI agents that are going to be employed here aren't going to be doing a good job of getting you accurate information, which is the entire point. The entire point of Google search wasn't like it tells you anything on a whim. The point was that it gives you the most relevant websites that might fit your search parameter. And from there, you take that and you run with it. You do the vetting. You figure out, you know, with your critical thinking skills, with the information that you're able to compile from other websites and cross-reference, you figure that out using your own human brain, right? And I cannot imagine that this is going to go well, because not only is, of course, this like fully AI powered, but they're relying on AI agents to act on your behalf in a wide variety of different ways. And this, in their mind, this looks like AI agents creating essentially personalized apps for you to like curate parts of your life back at you, like whether it's schedules or whatever. And none of this seems useful or helpful. And also, if something goes wrong with one of these personalized apps and you lose all of your information or it becomes inaccessible or it can't communicate with other technology, other calendars, like you're going to run into a lot of huge problems. And like I I cannot stress enough that not only is this bad for you guys, like the actual user experience is terrible and fraught with inaccuracies, but also it is going to destroy the internet as we know it. Because effectively the internet as we know it was made much more accessible by the creation of Google search, by the ability to use search engines to find websites that exist out there on the internet and then explore them, learn from them, connect them to other websites, etc., right? But what happens when the main driver of traffic to different websites suddenly stops driving traffic to those websites? Because instead of people going to the website and like the website then getting like ad revenue, right, from like Google Sense or whatever, instead, this just completely cuts out payments to these websites, right? And this in turn is going to mean that a whole host of websites that are dependent on advertising revenue are going to stop making any amount of money if people continue to use this. Like, this is something that is going to have immense negative consequences. I want to read this quote from a TechCrunch article here. Search can build custom experiences just for your individual questions, from dynamic layouts, interactive visuals, to persistent and stateful project spaces that you can return to again and again. One of the ways Google is integrating these new capabilities is with generative UI, user interface, where it builds custom widgets and visualizations on the fly in answer to users' search questions. And it's just like, I don't want that. I don't want this like hokey garbage. I want accurate information. The whole point of using Google search results is not so that like an app gets built for you. It's so that you can find accurate information. And what this does is it is going to strangle like any kind of publishing platform, any kind of like content creation platform that people don't already know exists, right? It's going to be very bad. And this is designed to fully replace Google search. Now, who knows if they actually go through all the way with this? This is this is Google's plan as of right now. You know, if there is massive backlash to this, it's possible that they backtrack. But I gotta be honest. This all sounds terrible. This sounds insane. I mean, it's literally just slaughtering the golden goose in front of everybody. Hey, maybe we can revive Ask Jeeves. Maybe. I mean, DuckDuckGo is pretty good. They don't collect your user data. That's pretty nice. Capitalism is the ultimate Ouroboros. Well, and that's the thing, right? Because in this case, it's not an Ouroboros. Capitalism relies on the idea that there is an infinite amount of things to consume, like an Ouroboros that continually devours itself, right? Except that's not what's happening here. What's happening is that this is essentially a technology that will just kill the internet as we know it, right? Because there isn't infinite content out there. There's not an infinite number of like useful websites. And instead, what's going to happen is that this type of search engine completely kills independent websites to the point that at some unforeseeable point in time, there is not going to be human generated content, right? Because effectively, instead of actually going to websites, people are just going to rely on these AI agents to fetch them data about the website. And I don't know what happens at that point, but like, this isn't sustainable. This isn't the sustainable thing. And I don't know how this technology functions once it reaches that point. I don't know how Google manages to do much of anything unless their plan is very specifically kill the internet and then Google becomes the internet. And that's honestly the only like end game I can see here, because we already know AI overview has driven a not insignificant number of companies into bankruptcy, a not insignificant number of websites into, you know, defunct status. So this is something that is going to have some profound consequences. How are we supposed to Google debunk without Google? The Google debunk was in your heart all along, friend. It was in your heart the entire time. It never stopped. And you need to remember, never stop not stopping, okay? You guys can do this. I believe in you. But yeah, books. Yeah, we can rely on books, guys. Don't worry. We can rely on books. Surely books would never hurt us. Books will always be our friend. Books would never betray us. But Barnes & Noble would. Barnes & Noble CEO back selling AI-written books in stores. Plans to open 60 more stores. Cool. So if you want to get some firewood, Barnes & Noble is apparently selling that now to keep yourselves warm during the wintertime. Yeah, so I guess don't buy anything from Barnes & Noble until they backpedal on this egregiously terrible policy. Isn't there a single Kindle Direct author publishing something like 30,000 books per month? Probably. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, look, go to your local bookstores, start utilizing your libraries, because you know who's not going to put up for AI-generated garbage books on their shelves? Librarians, all right? Librarians will fight those books tooth and nail, okay? But AI is bleeding into real life. Well, I mean, the goal was always to take over every facet of your existence and commodify all information generated by you. That's the entire purpose of AI. Let no bit of info be commodified, you know? God. Anyway, I just can't wrap my head around the idea that someone at Google was just like, hey, what if we killed Google? And everyone around them stood up and clapped. Like it was the brilliantest idea to ever come out of anybody. But that's what happened at Google, and that's what's happening right now. and it has profound implications for all of us and the content you are watching at this very moment. So it's scary. You should be aware of it, and start moving to DuckDuckGo, folks.
If you're tech savvy, Cirx is something that plenty of other tech savvy people have been using as well.
I will look into that, Balls Deep 6969, and thank you for the $5 super chat. Very, very grateful to you. Is this an AI Jack? Never. Never. I would say over my dead body, but I know that they've been puppeteering people's dead bodies with AI, and I don't want to jinx that and invite that into my life. I've been, unrelated to anything, I've been kind of cooking up a horror short story based upon AI, and yeah, like not using AI, but like based upon the concept of how AI is being used in our world right now. And yeah, I think that honestly AI as it exists right now really lends itself to horror, and I think we all need to start getting on board that train and understanding that's the direction this is all headed, Puppeteering dead bodies. Yeah, look, they've been using AI to, like, convince people that their dead relatives are still alive or are speaking to them via, spirit science. It's a whole thing, and it sucks, and it's legitimately one of the most perverse things I've ever seen in my life. That is absolutely gross. Yeah, look, I did a video on this a while ago. Yeah, here we go. This is from 1 year ago. This is real, and it was played in court.
Hello. Just to be clear for everyone seeing this, I am a version of Chris Pelkey recreated through AI that uses my picture and my voice profile.
This AI-generated avatar of a man who died in a road rage incident in 2021 addressed an Arizona court this month at the sentencing for the man who shot and killed him.
So, hello everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. It means a lot.
The AI version of U.S. Army veteran Christopher Pelkey was used as a victim impact statement at the May 1st sentencing, one of the first such instances in a U.S. courtroom. Pelkey was fatally shot by Gabriel Paul Horcasitas, who was sentenced to 10.5 years in state prison.
To Gabriel Horcasitas, the man who shot me. It is a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have, and I still do.
The statement was written by Pelkey's sister, Stacey Wales, who said she turned to AI after struggling to convey her grief and pain in her own impact statements.
And so I turned to my husband one night and I asked him, I said, Tim, I want you to help me have Chris make his own impact statement at sentencing next week. I know you can do it. I've seen your work.
Wales, her husband, and a family friend who all work in the tech industry created the AI avatar together. But there were hiccups along the way.
AI only has an IQ of about 60 to 65, so it can do some things well, but then it gets pretty stupid on other things. It can't show emotion very well, so to try to have it learn that nuance is challenging, to say the least. AI tried to change his clothes in a couple ways. They put him in a sweater and it doesn't look anything like him, but it's pretty funny to imagine. This is probably the most ridiculous one. It's great comic relief to have AI envision him like this, and that was actually part of the healing process, to see Chris in this fun and funny light, which I know he would absolutely get a kick out of.
This is the best I can ever give you to what I would have looked like if I got the chance to grow old. Scary, huh?
I love that AI. Thank you for that.
Here's Judge Todd Lang of the Maricopa County Superior Court in Arizona.
I feel that was genuine, that obvious forgiveness of Mr. Horcasitas reflects the character I heard about today.
Even though the AI avatar was used only at the sentencing and not during trial in front of a jury, some law experts still say the use of generative AI material in court raises ethical concerns because AI is a simulation of reality, not.
Yeah, this is, again, when I say puppeteering the dead, I do literally mean it. Like, people keep, like, trying to resurrect their dead relatives using AI, and I find it deeply disconcerting and deeply wrong and deeply gross. And, like, it's not even an isolated incident, and it's not even being done just in courtrooms. This is a piece from the South China Morning Post. All right, this is from April, about a month ago. China family creates AI clone to comfort elderly mom after only son dies in car accident. Yeah, the AI creation is able to chat with his octogenarian mother online and help her live with the reality of her only child's death. At the beginning of last year, the mother's only child died in a traffic accident. His family hoped to conceal the news from his mother, who's in her 80s and has heart disease. The man's son contacted Zhang, asked him to create a digital twin of his father by providing numerous pictures, videos, and audio recordings of him speaking in his dialect. The creation looked exactly like the dead man and even mimics his habit of leaning forward while speaking. The virtual son talks to the mother every day via video call at a chat app. The mother often urges her son to eat well, wear warm clothes, and pay attention to his personal safety when going out. In reply, the son promises he will follow her advice. He adds that he has to work in another city to earn money and could not return to accompany her. You should call me more often so I know whether you live well or not in another city. I'm missing you so much. I feel so sorry I cannot see you in person, said the mother in one conversation. The son replied, okay, Mom, but I am too busy. I cannot talk to you for a long time. You take care of yourself. When I've made enough money, I will return home to pay my filial piety to you. So far, the mother's not aware that her son is dead. It's grotesque. It is genuinely grotesque. My hot take, I think digital necromancy should be, like, outlawed. Like, if somebody is dead, do not create their likeness in the machine. It's truly monstrous. Tear the data centers down, bro. Yeah, no kidding. Anyway, Google's killing Google search result, but maybe AI will resurrect that too. Maybe we could have just a even shittier AI puppeted version of Google search result after that's dead. Just to have a hall of mirrors going infinitely. So anyway, that's what AI is up to these days. Just killing off useful technologies and impersonating people like some kind of monster out of D&D or fairy tales. Like, it's truly monstrous. Thanks, Jack. I hate it. Yeah, sometimes I gotta be the bearer of bad news every day. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really do well in the algorithm for whatever reason. And also, let me know your thoughts on digital necromancy. Illegal? Not illegal? What's your verdict? And organize, folks. Organize, organize, organize. Get those AI data centers out of your communities. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. All right? Make your Dems more progressive. Make your DSA more effective. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We need to get organized. We need that grassroots power to stop that corporate power, okay? So do that. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. It's also non-tucking, sexy as hell. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Let's see here. We did it. We made it through a segment. We finished one whole seggy. Are you guys ready to jump into a segment I am personally very excited to talk about? It's a personal bugbear of mine. You're gorgeous. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm scared even for a non-US American like me. It's fair. We live in scary times. Not horrors. I mean, it is horrors, but maybe not exactly in the way you might be thinking. All right? Do. Here we go. Are you all ready for our next segment? Yes?
Hopefully the economic collapse from AI happens after the release of Stranger Than Heaven.
Actually, you have no idea what you're talking about, but excited to find out sometime. Let's go! Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, folks. Wait a minute. It's the first time I've been around for an actual stream and hearing Jack to her Outlook bit it not immediately be followed by Riverboat Jack is coming to town threw me for a sec. All right. Trying that again. So, folks, I want to talk about something. Can kids read? Now, this might seem, Roche Whimsy, thank you for being a member. This might seem like potentially a silly question. Of course, kids can read. They go to school. They go to school for many years to learn, in part, how to read. I know how to read. I went to school. I learned how to read. Case closed, right? But a lot of people, specifically a lot of conservatives, have been going through a bit of a panic about whether or not kids can read. And this has been going on for a while now, but it got turbocharged by a series of clips uploaded to TikTok by a student at I think a private school who went around filming his classmates, asking them to read certain passages, right? We're going to take a look at one of those right now, okay?
Read the underscore for me.
She wore a suit, clothes that were... Who's this for? extraordinary, but somewhat Gertrude?
Now explain what that means.
I don't know.
She wore a sahalat of clothes that were extraordinary, whatever, bro, but somewhat gooch.
What does that mean?
She wore a lot. Wait, she wore. Bro, I don't know, bro. Can you take the card back, please?
She wore a. Oh, baby. She wore a silhouette of clothes that were. Bitch, I don't know that word. I don't even know how to read. I don't know why I did it.
She wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary, but somewhat gauche.
All right, now what does that mean?
I have no idea. Like his clothes was nice or something like that.
She wore a. I don't know what this shit say. I don't know what this shit say. I don't know what this shit say. I can't read it. Can't read it. Can't read it. Cancel back.
Read that index card for me.
So, like, there are a couple videos that go along these same lines, of course, and the discourse around the children, they don't know how to read, has been going strong, right? And you get different versions of this. Sometimes it's the high schoolers don't know how to read, the middle schoolers don't know how to read, the elementary schoolers don't know how to read. Not so long ago, it was also college students don't know how to read. There's been a lot of fear-mongering around this, and, I thought we'd turn to an excellent source of information on this subject, noted literary scholar Stephen Crowder. So let's take a look at what he has to say about the literacy crisis in America.
They no longer serve the students and parents. They serve the teachers' unions and the administrators. Here's a North Carolina school budget meeting showing you how the left has one solution to their failures. Accountability? No. Throw more of your money at the problem. It'll fix it.
For hours, CMS leaders went back and forth trying to find common ground on next year's budget. At the center of the debate, teacher pay raises and budget allocation.
Why are we presenting a budget for a 3% request, knowing with high confidence that it would likely be between 4 and 5%?
At the end of the day,
like a minion
this
slept with
challenge
Sideshow
reflects
Bob.
the reality that the state's funding does not cover the cost of delivering a sound basic education as promised.
Holy shit, that muskrat can talk. Now, before I get into newer numbers, I would...
obvious, like, racism. I feel like we can just say, like, we're getting to levels of racism that are just completely dehumanizing. Like, we're getting to, like, the cockroach level, notable for its dehumanizing effect in Rwanda. Like, genuinely, when you start watching some of these conservatives on the regular, if you've been watching them for a while like I have, the level of denigration has been getting worse. If you feel like that has been the case, it's not you. It is, in fact, actually happening that the rhetoric is getting more and more racist.
Direct you to the 3 and 3 podcast that we have. Many of you have subscribed and downloaded it. We upload them in batches. We're probably going to do another one here this year where it's just 3 key facts in 3 minutes or less. And this is sort of designed to be the first rung on a ladder because many people go, there's so much information. How do I know where to start or what is most useful? And we have it on the history of the Second Amendment. We have it on the Department of Education. I think we have it on, I don't know if we have one on the Federal Reserve. We have it on the wage gap. So I think there's about 15 of those. And we have one specifically on the Department of Education. So let me lead this with those 3 key facts that you can go and download in the podcast. And we make those references available so you can follow along. Number 1, 1979. That's when the Department of Education, federal department as you know it now, was founded. Current form, Jimmy Carter. Number 2, $2 trillion at least spent since the inception of the Department of Education. Number 3, no improvement in standardized scores across the board as far as literacy, math proficiency, and in many cases, it's significantly worse. So the results are in unequivocally. If more money worked, we would have results. We don't.
Okay, so just as some background here, in case you don't know exactly what he's talking about, right? Because he's been pretty shy on details, specifically about that meeting he showed as like evidence of like democratic largesse. This is specifically for teachers in the Charlotte Mecklenburg schools, right? Now, how much does a teacher in the Charlotte Mecklenburg school system make? Well, they make about $50,000 per year, which notably is about 9% below the national average. So these teachers are actually working for about 10% less than teachers on the national level. And Steven Crowder here is like, oh, you just want to throw more money at them. Oh, all these teachers on living large off the public dime. And it's like, no, these teachers are specifically underpaid. But let's keep going.
So it is incumbent upon those demanding more money to tell us what...
Yeah, also inflation is around 3% per year. And for this particular meeting, the pay raise was only going to be directly alongside inflation at around 3%. So the reason teachers were asking for more money is so that they can become not even at the same rate as teachers from elsewhere in the country, but so that they can be like both keeping up with inflation and making slightly more than they had previously, but still under the national average.
The number is and what results to expect. You know, like any other business. If you invest another $2 trillion, you can expect scores to improve 15%. You can expect graduation rates in these areas too. We haven't seen that at all. So now let's get to how this plays into what you just saw there, that school board. Because this is going to be another talking point, I guarantee you, going into the midterms and funding schools and nurses. Key fact one, right now spending on schools is at all-time highs. So 24-25, a record $1 trillion spent on schools across America.
Jeez.
Hold on a second, I have to...
Do it.
Damn it, it went away.
You lost it?
It's the worst.
Yeah.
It is
I hate it. I hate it. That's where I'm going to light myself on fire. I'm like, I missed another sneeze.
Don't self-immolate. That's
record,
a bad way to go.
Record $1 trillion. All right. Since 1960, inflation-adjusted spending per pupil, it's increased 4.5 times. And the reason that matters, and again, check the references, link in the description, we give them every single show, it far outpaces inflation and the growth of student enrollment. There's no world in which this makes sense. So that's to preempt the counter argument. Well, insert whatever argument they would make here. No. All right. Key fact 2. Right now.
Okay, wait. I have an argument for that first point, but I'm going to wait for him to make a couple more.
Students are failing quite a bit across the board. You've seen some districts where you actually have very, very low double digits. I believe it was Baltimore, of people who could pass basic literacy tests. And often these districts have higher per pupil spending than average. Why? Because it's an impoverished area and something, equity, justice. Scores are worse. So right now, students are failing. All this money, the money is outpacing inflation. It's outpacing enrollment, and students are doing worse. Here is anecdotal proof, a coach asking teen students, and I asked you this early on in the show. You think this is a trick question? How many dimes would there be in $15?
So I was told to ask my kids some of the questions that I post online. I asked 4 of them. These are their results.
Ask.
If you have $15, how many dimes are in $15?
Pause.
How many dimes?
I said anecdotal, but just you can keep it up there. 24 to 25 student performance in math, specifically 78% of 12th graders are not proficient.
That's so sad, dude.
Yeah, 45% scored below basic math skills. Jeez. So in case you say anyone can take this, like the whole jaywalking thing, no. Keep playing.
Is that $15?
Yes.
Dimes are 5 cents, right?
Dimes are 5 cents?
No. Right? No? That's a nickel. Dime is 10.
Dimes are 10 cents, yeah.
That's 11. 11 times 15 is...
So it's 11 dimes.
11 dimes times 15.
11 dimes times 15.
And that's 165 dimes.
165 dimes.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Cool. You got $15. All right. Got that?
Yeah.
All right. If you have $15, how many dimes are in $15?
3.
It's 3 dimes and $15?
3 dime bags.
Yeah, 3.
3 dimes and $15.
That's still a nickelback, but...
Appreciate you. All right. All right, student number 3. You have $15. All right. How many dimes are in $15?
150.
150?
Yeah.
Okay. 150. All right.
That's right.
Cool.
That's right, isn't it?
Oh, just give me your answer. You said 150, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's right, you're right.
Poor kid.
Okay, so you have...
All right, so I think this is replaying it?
$15.
Give it on a loop.
Right.
No, there's another one.
How many dimes?
You doing it again?
11 times 15 is 165.
I gotta get
Just do it right now.
10.
10? It's 10 dimes and $50?
And 15.
It's 10 dimes and $15.
Hold on. I can use nickel.
Okay, go ahead.
Why? I can make it more complicated and also be wrong.
Wait, what? 10, 5, 10, 20, 10, 15. Yeah, 1.
Now, I'm being very quiet throughout all of this, specifically because I want you guys to, like, absorb what is being said here. Absorb the examples Steven Crowder is giving, and I'm going to explain why this is happening. Why students are struggling like this, why student literacy is struggling. We're going to talk about it. We're going to go more in depth, but I want you to understand how this is being framed by the far right. Right? It is important to understand the framing of what is happening with this issue before I can go deeper into what is going on.
Because I could just add a 5.
So we can add 5?
Yeah.
Cool. Appreciate you.
Not cool, and I don't appreciate you. Because even retarded people can count better.
Because I have $6.25.
That's all you have?
Yeah, because I didn't get my whole check because I had to go to the parent and teacher meeting this week.
There's a lot to be said for self-awareness.
At least you know.
Get his buddy counting toothpicks. You won't believe it. Now, empirically...
Man, that joke was not funny enough for that level of laughter.
Empirically...
Come on, Steve.
I'm sorry. Empirically, so reading. Right, so I just gave you the numbers on math. 65% of 12th graders are not proficient in reading. And 32% scored below basic reading skills. Think about that. Basic reading skills.
Now we know they're bad at math. They can't read the problems.
Yeah. Well, that's actually probably...
You get described.
Is, the chicken or the egg.
Yeah, it probably has a big...
Yeah. Is it the...
Huh. Yeah, it's almost like maybe certain issues related to academic performance might be related. Keep a pin in that one, chat. We're going to be circling back to it in a bit.
The dime bag or the trigonometry? I don't know. So, keep that in mind. Again.
I see already people in chat are asking some really good questions. Proficient by what standard? Indeed. Excellent question. Hold on to that as well.
$1 trillion since 1979. We just went through math. Awful results. Literacy. The most basic skill that you would need to function in society, AI or not. Here's the anecdotal.
Read the end score for me.
She wore a clothes that were. Who's this for?
Yeah, we already covered this one, so we're gonna skip through it.
When we talk about American culture, when we talk about the nuclear family, which Black Lives Matter and feminists have written in their charter to destroy, right?
Oh shit! Wait, all feminists share a charter? Wait a minute, did I miss out on the Global Feminist Convention where we collectively decided on a charter? Where like all the world's feminists called into like a Zoom call and like decided on what the feminist platform would be? Oh, that's crazy.
It must be destroyed. We're talking about mommy and daddy and the white picket fence all sitting around for dinner and story time. That's part of it. That's part of it.
Also, of course, Steven Crowder is using this opportunity to be incredibly racist and like blame like the lack of like African American fathers for the lack of like educational attainment, which is, I also want to add, bullshit, but we're gonna get back to that.
Hey, give me your wallet now. I don't have a wallet.
Easy to use place. Get started today.
Wait a minute. Let's go back to this real quick. This is interesting, actually. Unintentionally on Steven Crowder's part, but let's just take a look here.
Hey, give me your wallet now. I don't have a wallet. What do you mean you don't have a wallet? I don't need one. Yeah, well, what about your driver's license? I don't have one of those either. You can't get a driver's license? No, I can get one. I just don't like the bureaucracy. I don't like standing in lines. You sound like a liar, which is like one of the worst things to be, even worse than a thief. Are you a liar? How do you pay for things, liar? I use Rumble Wallet. What's Rumble Wallet? Some kind of vibrating sack of cash? No, it's a place where I can manage my crypto in one spot. It's as easy as money. Well, then give me that. I can't. It's encrypted. Yeah? Well, how about I stab you until you give me the encryption, huh?
Go to wallet.
Huh, that's really interesting. An ad about a guy who doesn't have a traditional wallet and just pays for things electronically instead of using cash money. You know, the legal US tender, instead of using that, he uses crypto or uses digital payment methods. Huh, I feel like that might be relevant to something that Steven Crowder was just railing about a few minutes ago. We'll circle back around to that.
I learned my ABCs in the back of Hooper Humperdinck. There was a roller coaster. Now, the whole book was about all of the people invited to this party, with the exception of Hooper Humperdinck. He was a social outcast who, by the way, to the best of my recollection, didn't do anything wrong. They just treated him like shit. I don't know why. I felt horrible for him. And so it'd be like, Alvin, Abe, and then it'd be like, Bradford, Brian, and then, but fuck Hooper Humperdinck. That was the whole book.
That's true. We read it.
And then there was an alphabet in the back of it where you had to follow this roller coaster. I remember where I was when my dad really helped teach me that. And I remember learning it in French. I actually learned French as far as words, I believe, before English. But I remember my parents there doing it. That's a big part of Western Anglo-Saxon American culture. That is something.
Oh yeah, the classic Anglo-Saxon of it all. Yeah, the true whites. No other ethnic white group is truly white. It's only the Anglo-Saxons.
Something that we want to preserve. And by the way, that's a much more important safeguard against crime, against social decay, than public schools. Teachers are not heroes. Not all, just like not all parents. By and large, the numbers show us public school teachers are failures. They are failures.
Anglo-Saxons learning French first in Canada? Yeah, what are we talking about, Normans? God.
And they are one of, if not the biggest contributor to destroying American society. Take that. How about that? Not teachers, destroyers of America. Because that brings me to key fact number 3.
I'd also like to add a...
Okay, so teachers are destroying America because they're asking for modest pay raises that would bring their wages in line with that of other teachers in the country. Okay.
Well, let me get through. I do want to go, but yes, not heroes. What?
Why is he dissing teachers? Okay, an important thing to understand about American conservatism is that they fucking hate teachers. They don't want children to be educated. And to the extent they want children to be educated, they want children to, like, be educated, but not enough to be free thinkers. Not enough to actually be able to critically engage with the world, right? Like, part of the issue that conservatives have with educators is that educators give students the tools to come to conclusions that are deeply inconvenient to the conservative worldview.
Whatsoever, villains. Because I don't want anyone else to be on the hook for this. That's my opinion. Teachers unions collect hundreds of millions of dollars. And what do they spend it on?
Bravo 250, you're only a racist if you assert the supremacy of Anglo-Saxon ethnicity. So, I don't know, maybe you are, but I can't ascertain that from anything you've said in chat so far.
What do they spend it on? 9% is only spent on representing teachers. 2024, the largest teachers union, the NEA, the National Education Association, they collected over $430 million. 91% of the $431 million was spent on things like administration, bureaucracy, and political contributions. Also, teachers unions' political contributions go to what? Low end 98, high end 99.9% Democrats on.
This is also why conservatives hate teachers, because teachers are part of teachers' unions, and the unions support Democrats, right? So part of the issue here, it's political. The other part is related to the fact that conservatives want indoctrinated drones, not people who are fully capable of, thinking. And the other part of it is that, again, Steven Crowder is mad here about people using their own money that they made as they want, as independent people in America. He's complaining that teachers choose to pay their dues to unions who then will represent them and help them organize in order to get higher and better wages and working conditions. Steven Crowder's upset about that. He is upset about the use of individual agency to form collective bargaining units. And, inherently that is anti-freedom. It is against the freedom of the average American to say, no, you shouldn't be able to organize with other like-minded folks for your mutual benefit. And that's, I don't know, I find that deeply un-American.
In any given year.
That's rude that you would assume that I'm racist. That's not what I said. I said I have no idea whether you're racist or not. I also clarified that if you think that the Anglo-Saxon race is supreme over all others, then definitionally you are a racist. If you don't think that, then you're not a racist. Pretty simple, but it's telling that you heard me say that and thought, wow, you are assuming I'm racist. I encourage you to use your ears and your brain instead of just a knee-jerk response to someone who is, not engaging with you with the fluffiest of hands, okay? Maybe grow a thicker skin.
Hundreds of millions of dollars that go to the teachers' unions.
Oh, because that's how it sounds when you say it. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings by being too abrasive. I don't know. Maybe utilize some of that supreme Anglo-Saxon French-Canadian you got going on in you to protect yourself from my harsh words. God, conservatives are the softest babies.
Go to fund the Democrat machine to demand more money for public schools, where you have a third of 12th graders in the United States not just proficient, below basic reading skills. 65% of them not proficient. 78% not proficient in math. Half below basic math skills. $2 trillion, decades since 1979, worst scores. But you know what? The good news is you have fewer families, you have fewer dads in the house, you have strong boss babes, and you have dumber, fatter, sicker kids who are dying younger.
Yeah, he literally blames the fathers aren't there. Girl bosses are bad, and children are fatter than ever, and that's why kids aren't learning anymore. Like, this worldview is sick and deranged and not based on any facts. So I'm about to supply those.
Teachers, public school teachers, fuck you. That's my stance. Go ahead.
All right. I think we've seen about enough of this. So, like, what actually is going on? Because there is a real problem when it comes to literacy in schools. And this has been much discussed, much talked about in education circles for years. How do people become better teachers? How is this information conveyed in the most effective way possible? How do we teach reading? Because initially, you know, many of you might remember the idea of being hooked on phonics. That was kind of the main way children were taught to read for quite a long time, right? The idea that you break down words into individual sounds, and then you string those sounds together to create words, and that in turn builds reading understanding, you know? And that model in like the 70s and 80s got slowly phased out in favor of what was called whole language learning. And a lot of people who are now adults today learned whole language, the whole language model, right? And that model really tries to take on this idea of, you know, you are trying to engage in critical thought, you are given time to read, you are, the underlying thought being that if you are giving children the tools to read and some basic nudges in the right direction, children will basically teach themselves how to read, because reading is just intuitively grasped by the human mind. That has not turned out to be great as far as a model goes, right? And yeah, the whole language reading is not the direction teaching literacy should have gone. And now we have there was also like some like readers and writers workshop models of teaching literacy, and now we have like a science of reading, right? Like there is like a progression here. So we have different approaches to teaching children how to read. And the question is, what accounts for the fact that nationally in the United States, reading scores have declined? Now, there are a whole slew of theories about this, right? And a lot of fear-mongering. And, well, let's take a look. Here is a Fox affiliate channel reporting, hey, do America's kids really not know how to read? Viral social media videos claiming America's school children are illiterate are fueling growing concern about the state of education in the U.S. Let's see. According to the National Assessment of Educational Progress, often referred to as the nation's report card, roughly 64% of fourth graders are not reading at a proficient level. Only about 1/3 of fourth graders meet proficiency standards in reading. What does reading proficiency actually mean? And this is the part that Steven Crowder never actually gets to in his video. Okay? Researchers say there's a major difference between basic literacy and reading proficiency.
Basic literacy generally means someone can read simple words or sentences. Reading proficiency, however, refers to a student's ability to fully understand, analyze, explain, and retain what they read. Education specialists say a proficient reader should be able to comprehend grade-level material, use context clues, draw conclusions from text, retain and explain information, analyze meaning and themes. In other words, a child may technically be able to read words aloud while still struggling to fully understand the material. Experts say several factors may be contributing to declining reading scores nationwide, including pandemic learning loss, teacher shortages, increased screen time, classroom disruptions, changes in reading instruction methods. Okay? So, what exactly does all of this boil down to? Well, I would also point out here that there are different ways of measuring literacy, right? Because the method and model I just read out to you, right, is predicated on, again, the National Assessment of Education Progress, the NAEP. But there are other methods of measuring literacy. And, for example, by the UN's standard for literacy, something like 99% of US adults do not qualify under their definition of illiterate. So there are different definitions of what it means to have basic mastery, proficiency, and then advanced skills when it comes to reading, right? So that's its own thing under the NAEP. But as far as basic reading ability, most children are coming out of the United States education system being able to read at a basic level. It doesn't mean they are capable of reading a Jane Austen novel and fully understanding all of it, but it does mean that they are able to read and navigate society. If you put a book in front of them, they would be able to read it, though perhaps not extract all of the meaning out of it you might desire from them. But what it does mean is that there is a gap in understanding around all of this reporting and all of this, hysteria from conservative figures about, what this data means and what it actually means and is reflected in the real world, right? People keep saying, oh, well, in the future, we're going to have a literacy bomb and people aren't going to be able to function. Society will cease to be. And that's just not the case. So I want to kind of put that idea to rest a little bit so we can have a more nuanced conversation. Because something else Steven Crowder talked about is true, but Steven attributes it to teachers' unions. The idea that school systems are spending too much money on teachers. But that's not exactly what's happening here either. And I want to explain that by pointing at an organization that if you Google or search, literacy statistics in the United States, you're going to come up with this organization in a lot of different results and referenced in a lot of different results, right? And it's called the National Literacy Institute. Right? You go to this website and it's talking about all kinds of things. But you'll notice here, you go over to their fact website, a fact portion of the website, and you get there's someone on Dr. Phil. Okay. You go down here, there's a crisis in teachers, literacy statistics 2024 to 2025, where we are now. And you get to this part, which lists a bunch of statistics. 79% of adults nationwide are literate. 21% of adults in the US are illiterate. 54% of adults have a literacy below a 6th grade level. But one of the really interesting things here is that there's no source given for any of this. And you would be forgiven for thinking that, well, it's the National Literacy Institute. Clearly, they did their own research and came to these conclusions, except that the National Literacy Institute is not a research initiative. It is not a nonprofit. It is not a school or an educational conglomeration. Instead, you can go to its About page. And if you start reading and look at it closely, which I know they claim a lot of people have a problem doing, but let's take a quick gander here. The NLPDC is a collaboration of literacy service providers, foundations, businesses, school districts, and other community partners committed to the goal of equipping at a proficient level children with the life skills of reading, writing, and communication. That's interesting. It mentions businesses and service providers. Huh. What does that mean? NLPDC serves as a trusted advisor at all levels. Huh. Our implementation support services and products help our customers build their own capacity for effective instruction. Why choose NLPDC consultants? This is a for-profit company. This is not a this is not like a nonprofit dedicated to like investigating and researching the like literacy and how to more effectively do this. This is a company that is actively trying to profit off of hysteria around falling test scores related to literacy. And this is where a lot of money goes. As we have noticed, if you've been paying any attention to politics over the last, 10, 15 years, you'll notice that a lot of money that goes into politics gets spent on consultants. And that is also true about education budgets. There are a million different ways that education gets commodified by businesses and services purporting to increase academic attainment. Right? There are a million ways. If you foment dissatisfaction or lower test scores or fear in the general public, you are in fact able then to sell your services at a premium because everybody is scared and wants them. Right? And it's really, really interesting when you start breaking it down. And I wanted to talk about this all in particular because I actually had prepped a segment on literacy like maybe a year ago. And then I put it on the back burner and it just didn't seem to be relevant until I came across this opinion piece in the Mississippi Free Press, okay? Which I found really interesting. Reading gains in Deep South don't show full picture. So for those of you who aren't like book-brained like I am, in the nation, a lot of literacy test scores have gone down. A lot of reading test scores have gone down. A lot of different academic attainment scores have gone down. So you see declines in like math, reading, etc. And what was interesting about Mississippi in particular is that Mississippi's test scores instead, while everyone else's were going down, Mississippi's went up. And this became known as like the Mississippi Surge or the Mississippi Miracle, right? And people have been trying to understand exactly why that happened. And, there are a lot of different elements at play here, but in part, it is because Mississippi lawmakers passed the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, which you can read about on Mississippi's Department of Education website. But let's just read this blurb here, okay? The Office of Curriculum and Instruction is responsible for supporting and training K through 3rd grade teachers, curriculum specialists, and other educators by providing research-based instructional strategies on literacy and guidance on the implementation of the Literacy-Based Promotion Act. Passed during the 2013 legislative session, the Literacy-Based Promotion Act places an emphasis on grade-level reading skills, particularly as students progress through grades K through 3. Beginning in the 2018 to 2019 school year, a student scoring at the lowest 2 achievement levels in reading on the established statewide assessment for 3rd grade will not be promoted to 4th grade unless the student qualifies for a good cause exception. And the LBPA was amended in 2016 and includes changes such as an individual reading plan and increased expectations for 3rd grade students beginning in 2018 through 2019. So essentially, what this is that the LBPA, it doesn't just hold students back from getting into 4th grade if they are having trouble reading, but it also provides increased access to pre-K. So kids are in a learning environment for longer, learning the basics of reading for longer. They have more time to cook, as the kids say. And then once they are in like school proper, what winds up happening is that teachers have more specialized instruction on how to teach reading. Teachers have are allowed to give more time for students to spend on reading. And perhaps most importantly, kids that are like noticeably lagging behind their peers are taken aside and given extra instruction on reading during other parts of the school day, when they might not, like a kid who might be lagging behind on reading, for example, might be doing better in math. And so during some of the math stuff, they get taken out of class to have extra reading lessons, right? And individualized, tutoring. And so all of this, allowed Mississippi to actually reverse course and become a fairly competent state when it came to teaching reading. I believe they went from something like 49th in the nation when it came to reading test scores to 9th in the nation related to those same test scores. So this is, of course, a pretty interesting phenomenon. But this piece in the Mississippi Free Press gets a bit more interesting. It adds a few more wrinkles to the overall picture that we're looking at. Okay? Let's see here. We are researchers in literacy and learning. 2 of us are at the University of Alabama and Mercer University, where we educate elementary teachers. The other 2 work at Temple University, where we research early language and the science of learning. We all study how children develop as readers and how teaching styles and policies shape that environment, or that development. Some observers and scholars have called Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana's reading gains the Southern surge and say this progress shows that recent literacy reforms are working. A straightforward explanation has taken hold. As more schools spent more time on phonics and implemented other science of reading reforms, students became stronger readers. This narrative accurately captures some of the available evidence, but it also simplifies a complex set of patterns in literacy data, and it limits the discussion that policymakers should have. So that's pretty interesting, right? So obviously you have No Child Left Behind. You have a whole lot of pressure being put on different school systems in order to achieve certain results for standardized tests, right? And, well, all of that pressure, by the way, which does not one-to-one map with No Child Left Behind, but all of the educational attainment from this peaked around 2017 and then has been going down since. So it hasn't been going down just because of COVID, though COVID didn't help. It's unrelated to that. Now, some people attribute this decline to the Obama administration issuing waivers to school districts to basically get them off the hook from No Child Left Behind. And, there may be some truth to that. And also, it is interesting to say the least here. Let's take a quick look at understanding the reading gains in the South. Okay? So Mississippi showed the strongest gains. Yeah, went from 49th to 9th in the rankings for 4th grade reading. And Mississippi progress predates the recent national attention to the science of reading, meaning the body of research on reading, suggesting its gains cannot be attributed solely to the current wave of related reforms, which is very interesting. And you see all of these gains on the 4th grade level, but, and this is a pretty big but, at the middle school level, however, the pattern in Mississippi looks different. Improving 4th grade reading has not translated into similar gains for 8th grade reading. And that leaves a huge number of questions. Why does embracing better educational policies and better educational methods to get 4th graders to be more proficient readers, why is there then a gap between 4th grade and 8th grade? And that's a fascinating problem, right? And it could be in part that the same support structures that the Literacy-Based Promotion Act in Mississippi do not continue into 5th, 6th, and 7th grade, leading to 8th graders being, 4 years out from having all of the same support systems that helped when they were falling behind in the past, right? And additionally, there are some other issues, right? Which is that, in fact, as most things are in life, it's more complicated than just pass one piece of legislation that gives kids more time to spend on learning reading. And let's take a look. Mississippi's gains, for example, came alongside coaching, professional development, and early intervention. Louisiana's reading recovery unfolded alongside a 34% increase in education funding over the past decade. So when you look at different things that work, Louisiana did not pass an equivalent piece of legislation to what Mississippi did. Louisiana just funded consistent education funding increases, right? And so what winds up happening is that there is a wide variety of different factors at play when it comes to education doing better, right? It's both the money spent on the educational programs just in general. It is also a focus on providing support for people who are lagging behind when it comes to reading. For example, the Mississippi's bill only came with a $15 million price tag, which is minuscule compared to a state's budget in overall education. It was $15 million more dollars for the entire state to massively boost educational attainment for, K through 4th graders. Okay? So you have more resources for teaching, you have more resources for teachers, and you have a very core resource for children made available: time. Because oftentimes, when children are sent outside of the school to do reading and what have you, they are surrounded by constant distractions. They are surrounded by, the demands of the world, the demands of their family, the demands of their friends. And it turns out that, a lot of kids, they just stop reading when they're outside of the educational environment. And so we have a whole host of different issues here. And Liberal Dan Radio, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. And the question then becomes, what are some of the other factors? And I found this article, which was pretty interesting here. Southern states boost early reading, but gains stall in middle school. And this is from Hetchingerreport.org, right? It's about literacy. Let's take a quick look. Researchers and literacy advocates point to a common answer. Early reading reforms focused on phonics, which helps students decode words, but decoding alone is not enough for proficient middle school reading, where the words are longer and the sentences are more complicated. Timothy Shanahan, a veteran reading researcher and professor emeritus at the University of Illinois at Chicago, said reading instruction must continue after students learn to read. Quote, "It's not phonics exactly," unquote, he said. Teachers need to break down multisyllabic words, teach word roots and odd spellings, and find time to read extensively to build fluency with complex text. Shanahan thinks schools should teach students how to read grade-level texts, even if they are challenging, and provide guidance on vocabulary, syntax, and sentence structure. The research evidence is sometimes murky on exactly how to help older students with reading comprehension. There's widespread agreement that background knowledge, vocabulary, and comprehension strategies are all important, but experts and advocates disagree about their relative importance and how much time to spend on them. And what's really interesting here, well, the demands of their family should be to learn how to read, sure, but tell that to a family where both parents have to work late, you know? Tell that to a family that does not have like the social time to spend educating their children after school. You know, like, yeah, a family's priority should be the best possible education for their children. But let's be realistic. There's a reason we have mandated education in this country, and it's because in the past, families focused on immediate material benefit over long-term investment in education in quite a lot of circumstances, right? But all of that being said here, you have 3 additional things when it comes to whether or not children are able to understand and be considered proficient or advanced readers, right? Background knowledge, vocabulary, and comprehension. What Shanahan is talking about here is effectively a combination of like vocabulary and comprehension. Teaching kids how to break down words to achieve comprehension and to expand their vocabulary, right? But there's this third element, background. And that I think is really, really, really interesting. And I went down a research rabbit hole on this because when you start looking into it, the picture that emerges is pretty straightforward, which is that kids that know more about the world are able to understand text much better. Now, there is a famous piece of research in the APA, the Journal of Educational Psychology, all right, from 1988. Now, it's called The Effect of Prior Knowledge on Good and Poor Readers' Memory of Text. And in this, the researchers created an experiment where they took kids who were very high-level readers who knew nothing about sports, and kids who were not very good readers who knew a lot about sports. And then they gave those kids the same text to read about sports. And the kids who were poor readers but knew a lot about sports were able to understand more of the text than the children who had scored higher reading proficiencies. And what this goes as an example, right, is that in order for kids to achieve better reading results, they need to have a well-rounded education that includes more than just reading and being able to understand words abstractly. It includes things like being taught history, being taught science, being taught mathematics, being taught a bunch of these different things. And in fact, the picture that is emerging is that a lot of these are interconnected, where if you are cutting kids off from experiencing art, experiencing history, geography, etc., a wide variety of these different elements, what winds up happening is that their mental model of the world is insufficient to support an understanding of more complicated works, right? Like, if you don't teach children background on, the Middle Ages and what was going on around the time of Shakespeare, then what winds up happening is they have a much harder time understanding Shakespeare, right? It becomes denser. It becomes more difficult. It becomes harder for them to understand. But if you provide the bedrock foundation of, here's the historical time period, here's what was going on, here are the different things an audience of that time would have been familiar with, here is what this kind of language flourish means, here is what this means, it in turn, it gets kids more invested in the text, it gets them more interested in the text, and they then have a mental framework that can support an understanding of the text, right? And all of this is to say, and that applies to anything, another common example of this would be like War and Peace. War and Peace is a lot harder to understand, to get into, if you don't know nothing about like Russian history or Napoleon, like there are different elements here that become harder for kids to understand if they don't have the historical background. In a similar way, it might be difficult to understand early works like, Paradise Lost or, Dante's Inferno, if you don't have more background information about the various contexts in which those books were written in and what they're talking about. Because otherwise, if you just go into like Dante's Inferno blind and you're just reading it, you're like, oh, I guess this is a cool story about going to hell with no other like connotations. And you miss out on the fact that it's actually a very complicated and nuanced take on, Italian city-state politics. You miss out on the idea that like a lot of this reflects the experience that Dante himself went through. So context matters. What emerges is that context not just matters for reading, but it matters for other subjects as well. And that's the interesting part, because Steven Crowder there, if we hearken back, you guys remember Steven Crowder here played that TikTok of like a teacher being like, well, what's how many dimes in $15? But kids these days don't use dimes. They barely use paper money, let alone coinage. Like, those kids are using like credit cards and debit cards and like Apple Pay and PayPal. They're not using paper money and coins, by and large. Yeah, Chaucer is another example, Penny Ante. Incredibly raunchy, incredibly rude, incredibly fun to read. But if you don't have the context, that can be really difficult to understand. And so what we're getting at here is that these like kids are coming out of a different context of the world, a different context with history. The curriculum has for a long time bent towards, essentially like sacrificing different subjects in favor of more advanced.
You're very literary president here. War and Peace is my favorite novel. I love the part where the handsome man with natural hair starts the war, and then negotiates the peace to an adoring public.
Well, thank you, very adored literary president, for the $10 dono. Very much appreciated. But, those kids aren't stupid. And I am going, like, as pointed out even by Steven Crowder's own co-hosts there, like, well, they're probably just using Apple Pay. Yeah, because they don't have the same context as, like, people who grew up without the internet. On top of that, you have now the issue when it comes to, like, literacy and, like, reading different words, etc., right? Which is that, not, let me backtrack. I babbled a little bit too fast. That brings us to when people become better readers, that also helps them become better at science and math, because they now have a larger schema to draw from and a greater ability to critically think about the information provided to them. You know, it makes thinking more elastic. And I want to bring your attention to this very interesting study here. Time to transfer. Long-term effects of a sustained and spiraled content literacy intervention in the elementary grades. This is from 2024, okay? Published in Developmental Psychology. Let's take a quick look at the discussion portion at the end here. Essentially, what this study did is it introduced a type of curriculum that they refer to as a spiral curriculum. Specifically the MORE spiral curriculum. And what this curriculum did is it tapped into a greater array of information provided to some classes and not to others. And then wanted to see what the results were, right? Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. And let's just first look at the beginning, I suppose. We investigated the effectiveness of a sustained and spiraled content literacy intervention that emphasizes building domain and topic knowledge schemas and vocabulary for elementary grade students. The model of reading engagement intervention underscores thematic lessons that provide an intellectual structure for helping students connect new learning to a general schema in grade 1. Animal survival. Grade 2, scientific investigation of past events like dinosaur mass extinctions. And grade 3, scientific investigation of living systems. A total of 30 elementary schools were randomized to a treatment or control condition. In the treatment condition, i.e. full spiral curriculum, students participated in content literacy lessons from grades 1 to 3 during the school year and wide reading of thematically related informational texts in the summer following grades 1 and 2. In the control condition, i.e. partial spiral curriculum, students participated in lessons in only grade 3. The grade 3 lessons for both conditions were implemented online during the COVID-19 pandemic school year. Results reveal that treatment students outperformed control students on science vocabulary knowledge across all 3 grades. Furthermore, intent to treat analyses revealed positive transfer effects on grade 3 science reading, domain general reading comprehension, and mathematics achievement. Treatment impacts were sustained at 14-month follow-up on grade 4 reading comprehension and mathematics achievement. Findings indicate that a content literacy intervention that spirals topics and vocabulary across grades can improve students' long-term academic achievement outcomes. So what they're talking about here is effectively building a kind of intellectual scaffolding where they combine and synergize across, different educational topics, across math, across science, and across literature, kind of melding those 3 and helping them support one another throughout the school year to then build a foundation where that same thing happens in grade 2 and grade 3. And then the results continued into year 4. And what's noteworthy is that it had knock-on effects. Kids were able to do better. And part of what is interesting about this is that there's no reason it is limited to things like, specifically science, math, and reading. You know, the idea here is that you could bring in other elements, history, geography, arts. You know, kids, because one of the pictures that emerges as you start looking at the data around the hysteria around the literacy of children is effectively, hey, oh no, the kids, they're not learning to read anymore. Oh no. Except that's not quite true. Because rich white kids are still learning how to read. It is people who are stuck in poverty who are having their academic attainment going down. The gap between the top performers and the bottom performers is simply widening. And so what is important here is to kind of take a multi-prong approach. You need this background information being taught in order to make reading more fun, in order to make reading more engaging, in order to give children a love of reading because of what it can get them, the kind of understanding it can win them, right? But it's also important to teach them the building blocks, the syntax, the sentence structure, the parts of speech, the etymology of words, even. It's important to engage them along that line as well so that they can grow into more advanced works. And similarly, you also need to give more support to the students who are lagging behind because they don't just naturally catch up on their own. They need additional help. And without that additional help, they just stop reading altogether. And that brings me to the final portion of this, which is, you know, you might recall from like a year ago, articles about how kids who are getting into elite colleges like Columbia aren't able to read books. Right? There are lots of, oh, the kids can't read Hamlet anymore. It's too long. And part of the reason that is happening simply stems from the fact that kids have been engaging instead of with full texts in school, in high school, leading up to college. Instead, kids have been engaging with excerpts. Kids have been engaging with shorter and shorter bite-sized chunks of larger texts. And part of the problem with that is that there is a skill to being engaged in reading for a long period of time. Yeah, Brassman, it's kind of like the memification of reading has resulted in shorter and shorter amounts of stamina. Because the kids who are getting into Columbia, they're smart and they can read. But the problem isn't that they can't read. And the problem isn't that they're incapable of engaging critically with text. The problem is they do not have the stamina. Because and that can be for a multitude of different reasons. One, because, you know, it takes practice to develop. You know, if you want to develop a relationship with reading, you have to make time to sit down and read and teach your brain how to enter that reading flow state, right? And the other part of it is we are surrounded by distractions. Video games, computers, phones, television. You know, there are a million different social media in particular. And I'm not one of these people who is doom and gloom about like, oh, phones are destroying young, fragile minds. I'm not in that camp. But it is undeniable that what winds up happening is that if kids have not developed the reading stamina and the reading best practices, what winds up happening is a kid gets, or a young adult gets distracted by their phone, or even, and this is a bit of a secret, a fully fledged adult might even get distracted by these things. right? You start hearing the bleep bloops. You start seeing the notifications go off. You have an instinctive desire to check them. And the important thing to realize here is kids and young people are reading all of the time. It's just what kids and young people are reading is fundamentally very different from books. You know, if you are scrolling through social media, oftentimes you are seeing text. I'm reading a shit ton of text right now from you guys, right? But this is not reading a book. Reading chat is not like reading a book. Reading your Twitter feed or your Blue Sky feed, it's not like reading a book. But you are doing a lot of reading. You are engaging with a lot of text. And even if you were doing like TikTok or something, the TikTok videos have like burned in like captions and shit. And so I'm not saying that like this is a replacement for books, but what I am saying is that it is a different kind of reading engagement when you read social media. It is a different kind of communication happening. And part of what I think needs to happen when it comes to teaching kids how to read and teaching the fundamental skills around reading is also a focus on reading stamina. Okay? And that can really only be achieved by ensuring that people are turning off their phones and engaging with the text. You know? Like, and it's not even turning off the phones. It's like, I'm guilty of this too. If I need to focus on reading a book, if I want to finish a book I'm actually reading, I need to like put my phone in a different room. I need to like turn it all the way off. Otherwise, I will get distracted. So, I just wanted to say, we are not dealing with a crisis in literacy where an entire generation of people raised on iPads are just not going to be able to read text anymore. That's not the problem. The problem is underfunded education that is being parasitically siphoned by various corporate entities. A poisoned social media ecosystem that is spreading fear around this problem rather than understanding of it. And also, like, overworked teachers who are underpaid. And fundamentally a flawed understanding of how we achieve literacy. And I think that we need to just be a bit more aware of this problem and not be so easily suckered into the hysteria of the moment that may or may not be getting spread by, you know, a corporation looking to sell, you know, curriculum and lesson plan consulting to different school districts. Oh yeah, also the National Literacy Institute. Yeah, they also provide AI services, of course. It's right on their website. It's one of their number one things. Oh look, it's AI generated. How great, cool, wonderful stuff. So all that being said, the kids can read. Children are learning how to read. It's not the national crisis that conservatives are trying to sell to you. It's not because of greedy teachers unions. It is because, in fact, of education budgets that have been slashed to the bone in order to give out bigger and bigger contracts to corporations and bigger tax cuts to billionaires. And it is also the result of a flawed understanding of how to teach kids how to read. It's not, you know, it is not, hey, just It's just not as simple and straightforward as learn phonics, five-head. You have to learn the context around why a book is interesting so that children can understand why it's interesting, why it's important. Because if they never learn it, if they never learn the why, they are never going to care enough to develop those skills. Simple as. All that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. Maybe tell me what book was pivotal to you learning how to read or loving to read even. I love stories about that. And also, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. We need people making their Democrats more effective, making their DSA more effective, because, folks, Democrats need to be focusing on education too. Like, it's not enough to just say, oh, Republicans keep cutting education, and that's the problem. We need so much more focus on improving education beyond just throwing money at the problem, because the problem runs deeper than bank accounts. So, all of that being said, if you need help getting started with your Dems, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. Let's get labor organized. Let's kick out those centrist Dems. Let's take over the Democratic Party. Let's make a grassroots movement we can be proud of. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. A link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Whew, that was a really long segment. But you know what? I'm glad I did it. And you know what? It's probably...
When I was 4, I was looking for alphabet books, and I found a dog-eared copy of The Story of O. It changed my life.
Thank you for the $5, Paladin. I bet it changed your life. Oof. Can we make fun of Jared Polis now? I didn't have it in my lineup, but I'm not opposed to the idea. All right. We're talking about American shit? Yeah, we're talking about American shit. All right, folks. Hopefully using Steven Crowder will make more people care about a section dedicated to the literacy issue in America, because God knows a lot of people aren't going to click on me just talking about literacy. Let's see here. Paladin, my internal reaction to this is the sickos meme. I duped you into learning. Now, folks, we have been going for over 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible, and I couldn't do it without you fine folks. So click the goddamn button. Hell yeah, Dragonfly. Thank you for your work.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click
Nocturnal, thank you for the gifted membership. Very much appreciated. Oh man, I'm reading through this thread and it's genuinely great. I want to think of how I can fit this into a wider event. Or wider segment, rather. Sophie Uwu, thank you for being a member. Oh, sorry, stop the stupidity. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I'm sorry, I was reading this thread about Jared Polis being clowned on. Are you supposed to be trans? Are you supposed to be rude? Membership has its privileges. It's true. Stop the stupidity. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Are you sure you're supposed to be trans? Are you sure you're supposed to be cis? Who can say? The Pixel Catcher, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Are you supposed to be around children? That's one of the messages of all time. Gay? Yes, and? More, please. Guys, what are we supposed to do? About what? About gay? All right. I want to talk about this Jared Polis story, but I think I'm going to talk about it in a later segment. I have a segment titled Going For It, and I think it might go well there. So I'm going to move that over here. We can talk about that later. Cool.
Democratic coalition.
Ah! Okay. Just asking? You didn't ask. You just said gay. You have to use a question mark if you're asking a question. Otherwise, you're just walking into a room saying, gay. No one, by the way, to be very clear, no one here is offended by being called gay. If you're going to talk about Polis, you should toss in that he is a Redditor and posts on r/neoliberal. That is fucking embarrassing. God. We like grammar and punctuation here. I cannot begin to describe to you how upsetting it was to go to the Mississippi Board of Education's website and not see an Oxford comma. I didn't mention it in the segment, but you can bet your goddamn bootstraps that I noticed it immediately, and I was very upset about it. And I will remain upset about it until the day I die. All right, folks. Let's eat grandma. Well, okay. I'm going to try out some new content with you guys today. All right? Speaking of gay. So, folks, speaking of gay, have we learned anything about the rise of normal gay? That's right. Your gay teens might be up to something that they're now calling normaling. It's wild new trend where apparently the gays are now normal or something. I don't know. But I have never covered a video by this particular content creator before, and we're diving into it. This is a video by Amir Odom titled "Why Normal Gay People Are on the Rise." And my question is, does that make them tops? We need to get to the bottom of this situation. Let's dive in.
Hate when people push their lifestyle.
I don't like to be around other gays.
Normal gays is on the rise, and it's honestly refreshing to see. The type of gay that's low-key, minds their business, just existing as a regular person in society. Because for the longest time, being gay meant that you were loud, dramatic, very feminine, but that's not the case anymore, and that's exactly what we'll be talking about in this video. And let this be a reminder, gay, straight, doesn't matter, that you're not alone for thinking the way that you do. So if you like this kind of raw, real, honest, transparent type of commentary, be sure to subscribe, and let's dive right in this video.
A lot of people don't understand the difference between normal gay and the LGBT.
There's
normal
a difference.
Oh god. Okay. All right. We got the normals and we got the LGBT, okay? The normals, guys. The normals, they just want to live their life. You know, the normal lesbians, they just want to wear their Birkenstocks and their ill-fitting shorts and drive their Subarus with their golden retrievers to the supermarket and live a normal life, where then they go home and they fuck their wife and, you know, then go to sleep, maybe have an argument. And that's the life of a normal gay. Now, what's really imperative that you understand about all of this is that that's still LGBTQ. There's no difference. You're still gay.
People are typically conservatives and typically don't want the government involved in their sex lives.
On that note, I feel like that's the most common reason why a lot of the normal gays.
That's right. I forgot. We are adding an N to the LGBTQ. It's the LGBTQIAN plus now. The N stands for normal.
End up being more on the like center right side of the aisle because they just want to be left alone. They want smaller government. They want the government out of their business, out of their lives, and to keep it pushing. That's all that I feel like a conservative gay really wants, is just not a lot of government and to be left alone.
But that's not what a conservative gay wants, right? Because plenty of leftist gays, plenty of, you know, liberal gays, plenty of, you know, gays all across the spectrum want to be left alone. You know, I'm a socialist. I want the government to leave me alone. I'm a socialist gay. Please leave me alone, US government.
I just want to drive my Outback, pet my tiny dog, wear my cargo shorts, drink chai latte.
As a bisexual, I just want to eat hot chip and lie without the government intervening. Is that too much to ask?
Their whole identity, as a matter of fact, when you speak with them, you probably wouldn't even know. And that's just because there are so many things that make up a human being that is not just their sexuality.
Exactly. Being.
Yeah. You know, there are so many things that make up a human being outside of just their sexuality. You know? So many things. Like, for example, fashion. You know, people communicate and express themselves using fashion. And sometimes the thing that they want to communicate is, I'm just a small town heterosexual. Please don't notice me. And for a lot of gays who dress this way, that's called being in the closet. There are also people who want to express themselves and communicate who they are to other people at a glance. And that's called flamboyance in our society. Like, what is being described here isn't oh, I'm just normal. No, it just you just lack taste. You just spiceless, right? Like that, and there's nothing wrong with being spiceless. There's nothing wrong with choosing to have a boring sense of fashion and like a, you know, social life that doesn't include talking about your romantic partners. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But positioning that as normal when it's very clearly just closeted behavior is, I don't know, like I think that's weird, actually. It's the opposite of normal.
Gay is like the only thing that's gay about me is what I do behind a closed door. Obviously, you can throw some characteristics on me. I love Beyonce. I have a list. My hands be flying everywhere. But for the most part, I'm just.
Obviously, you can throw some things on me, like Roll's list of several different things that obviously might raise somebody's eyebrows. But what's interesting to me here is by creating this comparison, oh, I'm the normal one. You guys are the abnormal ones. That's a weird distinction to make, right? Because most gay people just want to be left alone to live their lives as they see fit. That's the normal behavior. And when you actually start talking to LGBTQ people of all stripes, like, they are, at the end of the day, people. And I feel like what this conversation is doing, just right off the bat, is trying to take or denigrate the personhood of LGBTQ people who express themselves flamboyantly while putting up on a pedestal the personhood of people, of LGBTQ people who, you know, don't rock the boat too much. Yeah, I mean, in a sense, it's talking about passing privileges. Exactly.
Just a regular schmegular dude minding his business, living his life as an entrepreneur, and I have a husband, and we have a dog, and we be chilling. That's it. And just because I'm gay doesn't mean I have to be locked into the ideological box and be a characteristic of what a gay person is supposed to be, whether that be loud, feminine, dramatic, over the top. The list goes on. My sexuality.
What you're describing here are stereotypes. Stereotypes are not universal rules. They are often ill-informed assumptions based upon pop culture. Like, no one is assuming that because you're gay, you have to have a certain set of political beliefs. But there are some basic assumptions one could make about somebody who is LGBTQ, right? Like, for example, most people would assume LGBTQ people want to, for example, defend the right of LGBTQ people to get married. And now, there's nothing inherent to that position that, like, queer people all universally want to defend the right to get married in the eyes of the state. Clearly, you could probably find some outliers who don't support that, but there are certain assumptions that are going to be statistically true. Your flamboyance with hand gestures or lisps or love of Beyonce, those aren't the same thing.
It does not and should not define my entire worldview. I do. Like a mirror, my personality, my name. That's what defines it. Being gay is merely just a part of me, but it's not my entire existence in a large.
Yeah, but that's also true of every gay person. Like, this is the thing, right? Like, it's treating other people as if they are somehow lesser humans. Subhumans, if you will. Like I'm built different because my life doesn't solely revolve around me being gay. But like no gay person's life solely revolves around them being gay.
Part, there was a big chunk of gays out there, and they still are, that make them like they're gay, but then are also part of the LGBTQ community, and they're making it that whole identity. And I think that's why it was so important how she pointed out that being gay and then being part of the LGBTQ community are quite literally different. You can be just gay and not exist and relate with this LGBTQ mafia that exists out there, and you don't have to be a part of that. That's why I don't even want to say like this trend.
I mean, that's true. You can be LGBTQ and not associate with and be in community with other people who are LGBTQ, but that just makes you an isolated member of the community. Someone who chooses to isolate themselves rather than participate in wider, communal experience. And there's nothing wrong with that per se, until you start saying that makes you better than other types of queer people.
Of the normal gays, but this rise of just the everyday gay person making themselves be known, that they're not a part of this giant community. It's important to highlight and really show, because there's a lot of gay people out there, especially me. When I first came out the closet, I flew out the closet because I felt like I was expected to be a caricature of what gay was supposed to be. I thought since I was gay, I have to be this poster child of what I'm seeing in the media, and that's not the case. You can just be you. It's okay. It's like normal gays.
That's true. I support what he just said right there. It is okay to just be you. And if that means you aren't flamboyant, that's totally fine. If, like, you can have whatever aesthetic you want. You can have whatever mannerisms you want. Yeah, you can just be yourself. Crazy. But what gets me is, like, it's 2026, right? And we exist as members of the LGBTQ community in a world created by the blood, sweat, and tears of decades of activists. And in many cases, we are denied elders in our community because they died. They died of AIDS. So many people died of AIDS in this country, predominantly in the LGBTQ community. And, like, part of the reason that there is this flamboyance embraced and celebrated within, like, a lot of the LGBTQ community is because people were dying. And the folks who were out, they knew that perhaps they were going to encounter a ticking clock where their time on this earth was going to be limited. And so they celebrated, they danced, they dressed up. They decided and resolved to live loudly, to live proudly, to, if the world was going to hate them on the basis of being gay, then they would be the gayest motherfucker to ever exist. It is an attitude and flamboyance built on rage, on suffering, on the, alienation brought upon people because of homophobia, because of bigotry. Right? And so understanding the history of LGBTQ folks is vitally important in order to understand the LGBTQ community of today. And so I say this because at no point is the LGBTQ community going like, oh yeah, you dress in those drab shirts. You got okay, yeah, all right. You can't be gay. Sorry. That was a deep. It shows an intense disrespect and or lack of knowledge. And I want to assume lack of knowledge from this man.
These are just gay. Like, the only thing gay about them is what they do behind a closed door, but they're regular dudes, regular women, whatever it may be. And then the LGBTQ community, that's a whole another umbrella. It's never ending. All the colors, all the theatrics, all the clubs. It's just, it gets to a point where it does start to be extra. I feel like everything always, especially being like a gay dude, I feel like everything's constantly changing when it comes to this damn community. Every other week, there's new labels, new rules, new letters, new acronyms, the whole nine. And if you don't keep up with it, if you call it out, if you don't agree with it, you're the problem. It's exhausting. And that's not even coming from a place of hate, it's just coming from a place of irritation. Like, can anything stay the same for at least 5 minutes, please? And hell, I'm sure you probably feel this way too. I'm starting to feel this way about AI as well. One day it's useful, then the next it's not. It's filtered differently, it's restricted, changing how it responds, and we're all expected to just go with the flow and like be fine with it. That's exactly why I've been trying to sponsor today's video, Venice AI, because they do.
Oh my god. Of course this guy pushes AI. Oh god. Like, of course. I love how someone in the vertical chat is like, let him speak. He already breaks down the crumbs you're targeting, maybe. And it's just like he immediately goes into an AI sales pitch. It's crazy.
For Christians who are taught to love, they're extraordinary hateful.
Attack on Pony Productions, thank you for the $20 super chat. Very much appreciated. But like, the issue I have, beyond like a lack of understanding, is that this man isn't going to come up with a substantial criticism. And we saw that right there when he started talking about how, well, everything's always changing in the LGBTQ community. Always new labels, new things to learn. Ugh, can't you stay the same for 5 minutes? And it's just like, no one's asking you to keep up with all of the language, Grandpa. Like, you can just be out of touch with what the kids are saying. The reason new labels are being created, the reason new ideas are proliferating is because a lot of the LGBTQ community is young. They're trying new stuff out. They're trying out what makes them comfortable, what makes them, feel great about themselves, potentially for the first time in their lives. And that's a really big deal. It's a really formative experience. They're trying new things. They're experimenting. And that can be a beautiful thing. And it can also sometimes be irritating. But that's not a substantial critique of the LGBTQ community. That's just a critique of the old, that is levied by the olds against the young. I don't know how old Amir Odom is, but like, he comes across like old man yelling at cloud.
Things a little bit different. The whole idea for Venice is that you can use AI anonymously, and at that, it utilizes all the models out there that we all know. And some,
I don't care, and fuck you for trying to get me to use this.
Off a pro plan.
If you were one of the gays who says things like, I don't like to be around other gays, or I don't like to be in gay spaces, or I don't like rainbows, I don't like pride, that is such a fucking character flaw for me, and I don't trust you. You have so much internalized like phobia, not just homophobia, not just transphobia. It's literally probably riddled with some anti-blackness, some misogynoir. Like, it has you, because how do you not like to be in community with your own people?
Because my sexuality doesn't define my entire personality. It's clear as day. The same way you being...
Okay, I do want to point out something though, which is that you're saying my sexuality doesn't determine my entire identity, right? Or define my entire personality. His words. However, you are using other people's identities, or other people's sexualities, rather, to define their identities. Right? To define their personalities. And I find that interesting, right? I find that to be a very unique form of... it's almost like a rubber glue situation. Anything you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. Like, it's very childish. My sexuality doesn't define my entire personality, but your sexuality, which is the same as mine, defines your entire personality. Very strange. Very strange, especially because, I don't know, maybe this guy doesn't live in a big city. I don't know much about Amir Odom, okay? But you can find communities of LGBTQ people that do woodworking together, that do, like, nature hikes together, that, you know, have brunch together, that do normal stuff that isn't centered on, like, flamboyant exuberance together, if that's the kind of experience you want. But it seems kind of like he's just saying, I don't want to be around gay people, which is weird. And, like, speaks to exactly what this lady is saying. Woodworking, okay, but lesbians do love woodworking. Lesbians and the gays, a lot of the lesbians and gays like woodworking. Bisexuals just want to eat hot chip and lie, but, like, you know, we'll eat hot chip and lie that we're having a good time watching you guys do woodworking. It's fine. Or maybe we'll eat hot chip and lie that we're having a bad time watching you guys do woodworking, depending on how good you are at woodworking.
It's clear as day. The same way you being black shouldn't explain and describe your entire personality. Those are just characteristics of you. I have black.
Oh, interesting comment. I'll admit it took me years to stop disliking gay people after my aunt, who was a sergeant in the army, came out. With age, I realized people who are who they are they any less human? Exactly! Like, also, props to you for, like, recognizing you had, like, this internalized bias, and you worked beyond it. You grew, and, like, that is impressive. Many people never realize that about themselves and never grow beyond it. Like, good on you for doing the work.
Skin, I'm a black American, I am gay, I'm a gay man, but that doesn't mean you automatically know, and you automatically know everything about me, and I'm automatically going to agree with and be like other gays or other black people out there. That's not always the case. Obviously, yes.
Yeah, obviously it's not always the case. And people shouldn't assume that's the case about individuals they meet and interact with.
I do have some things in common with other gay people. I do have some things in common with other black people. And being gay, like, we do have shared enemies, and that there are people out there that hate me no matter what just because I'm gay. However, that doesn't mean I need to be a part of said community and embrace it and love it and be, like, within it. That I don't need to. Just because I'm black doesn't mean I need to put myself in this box and do everything the average black person does, and if I don't, I hate them. No. So just because I'm gay and I don't like all the rainbows, all the frou-frou stuff, and all the go-go parties and the drag clubs and RuPaul's Drag Race, doesn't mean I hate myself or have internalized homophobia. No. It's just that I understand and I can recognize and I can separate my sexuality from my personality. That's it.
Yeah, and that's fine. It's fine to be able to recognize that. It's fine to realize that you don't fit in a box that society wants to put you in. That's okay. That's actually good. I appreciate that. Where I'm going to differ here is that I don't appreciate then gravitating towards a political ideology that very specifically is predicated. The main platform, one of the main platforms of the political ideology you've shifted and gravitated towards, specifically is aligned against LGBTQ people and disenfranchising people like yourself on the basis of sexuality, on the basis of race, right? Like, that's the problem. The problem isn't you buck the stereotypes and trends that other LGBTQ people might fall into. The problem isn't that you buck the trends that, like, other black people might fall into, you know? The problem isn't that. The problem is that you are conservative and your political ideas are bad. They're bad and wrong. Like, That's the problem. And then you dehumanize other LGBTQ people because they aren't supporting your political ideology that runs counter to their best interests and their ability to live freely without oppression. Yeah, exactly, Conjure Prairie Dogs. Like, folks like this happy to benefit from the activism, but will not just not participate in the activism to further the rights of others in the community, but will actively oppose additional activism or even oppose activism in the sense of like trying to make LGBTQ people more free, secure their rights in perpetuity, and will oppose those efforts up to and including supporting candidates that would remove their own rights that have been won in the past by activists.
Like, and then their excuses and their reasoning just be so dumb. Like, oh, well, I don't like the party scene. If being gay to you is just a gay bar, then babe, I got some news for you.
Okay, if you're acknowledging that being gay is more than just a bar, then why are you saying people who don't like going to the bar suffer from internalized homophobia and they...
Is that what this person said? Here.
Don't like to be around other gays, or I don't like to be in gay spaces, or I don't like rainbows, I don't like pride. That is such a fucking character flaw for me, and I don't trust you. You have so much internalized like phobia, not just homophobia, not just transphobia. It's literally probably riddled with some anti-blackness, some misogynoir. Like, it has you, because how do you not like to be in community with your own people?
Because my sexuality... Yes, I just got a brag.
Like, and then their excuses and their reasoning just be so dumb. Like, oh, well, I don't like the party scene. If being gay to you is just a gay bar, then babe, I got some news for you.
Okay, if you're acknowledging that being gay is more than just a bar, then why are you saying people who don't like going to the bar suffer from internalized homophobia?
That's not what she said.
Google debunkers.
And they... This isn't making sense.
If you know the history of our community, of LGBTQIA rights, if you...
I gotta be honest, this lady's spitting. She's doing great.
Know that. And you know how you would then feel a sense of like, almost like proud. I'm proud to go to Pride. I'm happy to be in spaces with my community.
Back in the day, I can see this perspective. Because mind you, gays having the right to be married across all the states just happened like 10 years ago. So I can get behind the OG Pride, the OG being like more so.
Yeah, and the narrative is, of course, for this guy that, you know, LGBTQ people got the right to get married, and that was the end of the gay rights movement. Everyone lived happily ever after. There was, of course, no additional consternation whatsoever, no additional attacks on LGBTQ rights. It all ended. It all ended with the Supreme Court allowing gay people to get married. And ever since, Pride has been pointless.
So glad to be accepted in society, proud in owning who I am, not letting society and the world judge me, yes. But that's completely changed. And the proof in that it changed is quite literally from when I was in high school, when I was growing up, you know, the 90s, the 2000s, that was the LGBT community, and it had a basic rainbow flag. Now we have the LGBTQIAS plus acronyms and an entire new flag, ropes in trans people, indigenous people, two-spirited, black and brown people. They're literally different communities. So no, it's not the same anymore. Like back then, sure, I can get behind some of that because we were facing a lot of harm and judgment. But as we saw throughout the charts and all the polls, yeah, respect for gays was going up. And then now we hit a sharp decline because of this new found community with the non-binaries and the TQ pluses, and it's grown to be too much, and it's quite literally different. So you really can't say that in the year 2026 because
you literally can't say that in the year 2026, huh?
Again, it's different.
It's all different now, right? We grew beyond it. We don't need pride anymore. There's no such thing as discrimination against LGBTQ people anymore. Nah. It's fine. Hey, you know what? Let's take a look at the UCLA School of Law to see what they have to say about this. Oh, as of April of 2020, LGBT people in the US not protected by state non-discrimination statutes. Let's take a look here. 13 million people ages 13 and older in the US identify as LGBT. The non-discrimination statutes in most states do not explicitly include sexual orientation and gender identity as protected characteristics. Nearly half of all LGBT people lack protections from discrimination in employment, education, housing, public accommodations, and credit. I thought it was all different now. I thought we had solved all the problems. What? What's that? 3.9 million LGBTQ people live in states that lack statutes prohibiting discrimination against LGBTQ people? Wow, that's crazy. I have to be honest. The only way you can come to his conclusion is if you know absolutely nothing about the current state of civil rights in the United States. That is the only way you can come to his conclusions.
To be around people who are like me, like-minded individuals. That's not to say that there's not mess, there's not drama. That's with any and every community.
That's okay. I want to be around like-minded individuals. Why does who I have sex with automatically mean you are a like-minded individual and we agree on everything else? No, that's a touch point. That's a characteristic we have in common. And I do find that sense of, relatability in that if we're talking about a gay issue, for sure. It's nice meeting other gay people and talking about the unique challenges that we face or judgments, sure.
For context, when did he post this? This was posted 3 weeks ago.
But just because I'm talking to someone else that's gay doesn't mean we are on the same mindset and we have the same personality, same hobby, same trait.
Yeah, but that's not what she's saying. What it does mean, if you're talking to another gay person, is that we live in a society that has a shared trait as it relates to LGBTQ people, a shared experience of living in this society as it relates to LGBTQ people. And the society we live in is still very homophobic. It's still very transphobic. It's still very bigoted. And we, as a community, on the basis of that sexuality, on the basis of that gender identity, experience that bigotry. That is the commonality that she's talking about here. Now, do we all experience it the same way? Not necessarily, but we all have our own experiences with this system treating us the way it does.
And no, that is one touch point that we both have sex with the same people. And to say that is also to say that just because you're a straight man, straight woman, whatever you may be, that automatically means you're in this bucket and you agree with anybody else that also is straight. No, we know that not to be the case. So why is that? Why do straight people have all this freedom in existing and being different and diverse? But gay people, you're shouting that they're diverse. You're shouting that there's equality, diversity, and they're different people, but you're not. You're locking yourself up in this ideological box. And if people are outside of that, oh, they're suffering from internalized homophobia. Oh.
Because the box that LGBTQ people have been traditionally put in is one constructed out of bigotry, homophobia, transphobia, etc., right? And in order to go outside of that box, as an LGBTQ person, often means to participate in that same bigotry against others who are the targets of said bigotry. It is to perpetuate the system that oppresses others in your community.
oh, they hate gays, oh, this and that, when straight people are allowed to just exist. They're just straight and everything else is personality. But if you're gay, you automatically have to, you know, be a part of this group. That's never...
You don't have to. In fact, she's specifically talking about how you don't have to be that. And you're not seeming to understand it because you put words in her mouth. You put the words that like, you don't have to go to the gay bar. But you talked about having to go to gay parties. You don't have to go to gay parties. There are a very wide diversity of LGBTQ spaces. There are LGBTQ coffee shops. There are LGBTQ bookstores. There are LGBTQ softball leagues. Not everything is a gay hedonistic party. You don't have to go to those if it's not your jam. Like, but he's acting like the only alternative is you must go to hedonistic parties and get drunk off your ass. But you don't have to do that. No one's forcing you to do that. That's also not what she's saying. She's saying be wary of people, LGBTQ people who don't want to go to any kind of LGBTQ event. Because that refusal indicates something about them. And that something is not very flattering.
Never made sense to me.
But you cannot tell me you're a good person and you're gay and you feel that way. I've never heard an adequate reason for a gay person to say that out their mouth. It's weird. You're a weirdo, actually. And
put on the assless chaps, Shinji.
Thanks.
I feel like people who say that pander to straight people because it's like, oh yeah, I'm not like these degenerate gays. I'm one of the good guys.
I'm not.
Like you.
Dude, he's unironically doing the thing. He's oh, this guy sucks.
Ain't shit, actually.
At the end of the day, if anything, I'm just highlighting and I'm letting it be known.
I'm not. I'm built different. I'm not like those degenerate gays, which is everyone who's not a normal gay like me.
That no, I'm not like this clone and this groupthink ideological like mentality of the modern day LGBTQ community and all the things that they stand for and that they push for. No.
Like what? Basic rights, worker protections, the right to not be discriminated against by your boss. What things? What things are the LGBTQ community pushing for right now? Are those things in the room with you right now?
I am completely against a lot of the things that they're pushing, specifically the TQ side of stuff. Everything related to the trans stuff, non-binary, they, them, hate speech. No, we don't need, I'm completely removed from that.
Non-binary, okay, hate speech. So you're pro-hate speech? I'm genuinely baffled by this guy. Like, obviously, yeah, he's obviously like a LGBT without the T kind of gay, but him being pro-hate speech is really sending me right now.
I am, because this is the same community that's telling me LGBTQ plus community is all in one, but then also LGB is sexuality and TQ plus is identity. So if they're literally different, why, as my gay being my sexuality, the hell does that have to do with some trans person?
And again, as I said at the beginning of covering this, understanding the history of the LGBTQ civil rights movement is pretty key here. Specifically because it emerges out of an alliance between several different groups targeted for their sexuality and gender identities, right? So if you go back and look at the history of LGBTQ people in America, what you find is crackdowns. You find laws passed on the basis of what type of clothing people are allowed to wear. There were clothing laws. If you were wearing 3 types of clothing that were associated with like the other sex, you could be arrested for that. And this meant that gender nonconforming people, trans people were arrested alongside lesbians and gays who were just having fun with fashion. And so, like, that in turn created a coalition, because the places that they were then allowed to hang out and how people were allowed to express themselves when it came to, like, for example, kink, leather daddies, for example, are individuals who would have been targeted by the same types of crackdowns on LGBTQ people, which is why Pride includes people marching along in like leather daddy garb, includes people standing in solidarity with the LGBTQ community, because you know what, some leather daddies, they're straight, and you know what, that's fine, that's a-okay. But you have like this coalition of people who are targeted on the basis of their sexuality, on the basis that they were doing sex wrong, that they were spreading perversity and degeneracy, who were targeted along very similar lines to what the Nazis targeted degeneracy in Nazi Germany about, right? Again, with a lot of the same rhetoric and ideas around how exactly queer people functioned, right? The Nazis were the ones who coined ideas around LGBTQ people being a mental disease. A lot of the rhetoric from the time you can find even to this day, talking about how, gay people were spreading via a mind virus. And maybe if you've been paying attention to conservative rhetoric for a while, that might sound a little bit familiar, because the Nazis meant it literally, as in a mental disease that was transmittable by contact. And in a similar way, it's used to this day by folks on the conservative right. And so you have this idea that has haunted the LGBTQ community for generations. And what is that? What do your rights as a gay man have to do with the rights of a trans person? Everything. Because the civil rights movement for LGBTQ people in this country was started by trans women. Was started by people of a diverse set of genders and sexualities coming together to stand up to unjust institutional power, to stand up to the violent crackdowns they were being subjected to stand up to the people who were using the law to hunt them for sport, and do something about it. And you stand here in 2026 profiting off of the last, 60, 70 years of their labor, acting like you're above it. Acting like you have nothing to do with it. As you stand in a superior form of rights as a result of their hard work. As a result of their bricks, as a result of the risk they took standing up to cops that would sooner beat them to death than have a conversation with them. The smug above it all attitude, man. When you reap the benefits they sowed.
Can understand there are sects of people and groups that hate everything regarding gay, lesbian, bi, trans, queer, anything related to that.
That's every conservative. They are willing to use you as a tool until the second they can get rid of you, and then they will.
The same, again, common enemy, but besides that, no. When you go to these gay organization websites, it used to be for gay people, it used to be for lesbian people, it used to be for bi people. Now it's all trans rights, trans adults, trans kids, non-binary this, non-binary that. That has nothing to do with me being gay. So I'm not self-hating for not being a part of that when you're literally telling me sexuality and identity are quite different. The logic has never added up or made sense to me on that basis.
I don't give a if this shit triggers you. because if it triggers you, then you are literally part of the problem. We need to bring pride back to the drawing board. Shit got out of hand. There's no reason there should be naked people walking around with literal genitalia out and about. There's even, you know what? There's even less of a reason that we should be allowing people to be wearing like fetish gear and then just getting like pissed on.
This actually happens. And it's like me being gay.
I do have to ask, what Pride event did you go to where you saw naked people pissing on each other openly at the event? This actually happens. If this actually happened, every conservative news agency in America would be talking about it 24/7. This actually happens. Does it though?
Gay, I'm automatically grouped in with that because there's this big umbrella term and oh, we're the gay community. We're all accepting. This is everything that's gay. Just because I'm gay doesn't mean I relate with that. I co-sign that. I am a part of that. No.
You know, I love when a rando on the internet just says something with no evidence presented whatsoever, and it's just taken as gospel fact. So cool. Also, just want to point out, kink at Pride is just people wearing clothes at Pride. It's people wearing fetish gear. Which is, I want to point out, oftentimes more clothing than you will see worn at any average beach. Like, cis people will, like, strip down to Speedos on the beach. Or, like, little short, like, swimming trunks on the beach, completely topless, and like there's no problem. But the second somebody puts on like a latex outfit that covers more of their body than that, conservatives lose their mind. It's crazy.
There's no reason for children to be there. That's inappropriate. But two, what does...
Yeah, that's why they have adult pride and children's pride. Children's pride doesn't have any of that. If you're in a, like, don't bring your kids to adults only pride.
Pissing on somebody in the middle of the street have to do with me being gay? If anything, it's just a sex...
It doesn't. And you haven't proved that that happened.
Sex conference of which straight people, like, you know, there's those gay cruises and they all be doing type of wild stuff. Straight people have swinger cruises. Straight people have swinger festivals. Straight people have sex festivals. They keep it low key.
Okay, this is actually an excellent point, right? Straight people have swinger cruises. Straight people have sex cruises, but they're low key about it. My question is, who then is doing the extra legwork of associating gay sex cruises with the entirety of the LGBTQ community? Because I'll tell you something, it's not gay people doing that work. It's not LGBTQ people saying, yes, this gay sex cruise represents all of us. That's homophobic bigots saying that. Also, yes, they literally advertise straight swinger cruises.
Straight people being sexual deviants, they keep it on the low. Gays...
Not true, library. You've seen naked LGBTQ people peeing on each other in a library? I very much doubt that. I think, I'm not an expert on internet bullshit, but I'm pretty close, and I think you might be making that up.
Are just loud in your face. We're doing this, we're doing that. Oh my gosh, yay, yay, yay. You wonder why people look at you sideways. Because as freaky as the gay community can be, straights are freaky as hell too, but they know how to keep that shit on the low and in behind.
No, they don't. They literally don't. If you've ever been to a straight club, guys will literally just come up and grab your genitals or your ass. The straights know how to keep it on the down low. No, they don't. That guy running around your community who's known for flashing his dick, that guy is straight.
behind closed doors. It's the gays that's just, oh yeah, karate chopping the door down and saying, look at me. We don't need that.
Bro, and I don't want to hear anybody say, oh, you're kink shaming. I don't give a to go do that.
Yes.
By the way, I fucking care. Go do it in your own private home.
True. If you want to pee on somebody else, do it in your private home. But also, I have yet to see any kind of evidence of gay people peeing on each other at Pride while naked, like this guy is alleging.
Thank you.
I don't want to see it. You know what's more important to me? Like, to me, Pride should be all about providing visibility to equality. And in great part, that means giving people, such as children, the opportunity to see that anyone can be loved equally.
Yeah, which is why you take your kids to Children's Pride. Or if they're teenagers, to the normal Pride that isn't for adults only. Most cities have all three types. Also, most of the adults-only events don't take place outside. They go to private venues.
Not gonna have children in the same room.
Just because you didn't see it, it doesn't exist. Let me put it this way. I can imagine horrific atrocities. For example, did you know that every human being on Mars was decapitated viciously? 10 billion people just died. Did you know that? Have you thought about the 10 billion decapitated Martian men? No, I bet you haven't, you monster. How dare you not, like, pour one out for the 10 billion headless Martian men? Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Just because I'm not presenting pictures of it doesn't mean it didn't happen. How dare you disrespect the billions who were slain just 10 minutes ago? This example is meant to make you feel stupid, and I hope it succeeded.
As a man who is getting literally slapped in the ass with a bat.
Not happening. We need to pick one. Either we're gonna have a Pride festival where we're celebrating all the different types of humans that exist in America and different types of families, and we're prideful in the fact that this country is so accepting and loving, and keep it PG, like literally PG, like the movie theaters.
We have that. It's called Children's Pride. Again, like, this guy's entire channel is, I am a black conservative gay man. Like, that's it. That's his channel identity. And that's, like, fine for what it is, right? But, like, know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, he's, as if, oh, there's only one Pride, and it's people with their dicks out. That's the only Pride that exists. And it's not. Like, I've been to Pride. I've gone, by the way, to, like, the NSFW Pride events. So I know how this works. There are children's Pride events that take place in very welcoming, lovely parks that are worked by wonderful volunteers. And then there is, like, the mainstream Pride event that is, you know, more oriented towards, you know, adults and, you know, young adults. And that is kept very largely like PG-13. You know, you might hear some fuck words. You might see some people dressed a little provocatively, but not more provocatively than one might see in a Sports Illustrated magazine. And then you have the NSFW events, and those take place behind closed doors that you need an ID to get into. And even there, people are generally clothed. There's a lot less clothes. There's a lot more glitter. It's a lot sweatier. People be dancing on some poles. But you know what? It is still not open to children. You act like there's never something out of sort. No, but like trying to say that because one person got decapitated in the United States last year, that means that is a frequent occurrence in the United States. There's a problem with that. And if you're claiming that there was an event that took place at Pride where people were naked and pissing on each other, and it was sanctioned by the Pride organizers and not just humans behaving badly as humans often do, then I have a problem with that, because that is a pretty extreme claim and it's going to require some evidence rather than just, I'm going to imagine it's true. That was my point. My point was, if your argument could equally be used to validate believing that 10 billion Martians were just decapitated, then maybe it's a bad argument and you should abandon it. My point was to illustrate your faulty thinking here, and the faulty thinking of someone like Amir Odom.
PG at that, or we're gonna agree that, hey, this Pride Festival is 18 up and it's a giant who wears the least parade, kinks. It doesn't make sense to me. It literally needs to go back to the drawing board, and Pride has gotten out of hand, and this is why you have more normal.
Pride is a protest. It's not meant to make you comfortable. I mean, I can also see both sides of it. I think that there is value in Pride becoming a vastly more accepted and mainstream event that all kinds of people go to. But I also understand, like, it should retain, like, a lot of its roots. It should not abandon its core message. And as such, it is always going to be somewhat of an outsider event. That being said, right, I think that it's fine for it to become a kind of revolutionary party, right? Because what revolution is complete without dancing?
Normal gays expressing this concern, saying, hey, this shit don't line up with me. I don't agree with this. I don't like this. Because it quite literally doesn't make sense. And you're not a hateful gay person. You're not homophobic.
Also, welcome, Raptor Blue Raiders. Come on in. Make yourselves cozy.
Transphobic for calling that out for what it is and saying that out loud.
Nothing pisses me off more when a gay
won't be accepted if it's mean. I mean, counterpoint is that Pride was started by people literally throwing bricks and starting fires. So, I mean, eventually Pride has become accepted despite, you know, having a mean edge to it, right? But I also think that, like, you know, there's a time to riot, there's a time to party. Sometimes it's a little bit of both. But the fight and the struggle for civil rights and for equal protection under the law never ends. It is a constant and it's a constantly unfolding project that we must pursue at all speed.
A guy says, why can't we just be normal gay men? Like, why can't we just be normal gays? Like, I'm not all for that gay shit. Like, oh, I don't want to wear a fucking rainbow. I'm the same way sometimes. Like, I'm not gonna wear a fucking rainbow, okay? But there's nothing fucking normal about gay people and, like, being, like, a normal gay.
I think that's when you're taking it extremely too literal and you're not highlighting the nuance in that. You did a little bit when you said that I'm not like that either. I'm not going to wear a rainbow. It's not that deep. That's all we mean. Where are the normal gay dudes at? Where are just...
If all you mean by being a normal gay is that you're not going to wear a rainbow, like... It's not a really interesting stance. You're just saying you don't want to wear a rainbow. And, like, if you've ever been to Pride, you will also see that there are plenty of LGBTQ people who go to Pride who also aren't wearing rainbows.
Like, the average guys. Average and normal, pretty much same word. There's no problem in...
Well, to be very clear, Grandy's Garden, MLK was not peaceful, right? MLK was specifically and very notably not peaceful. MLK was non-violent, right? And there's a difference between that, because MLK and the civil rights movement deliberately planned to have scenes of chaos, to have scenes of unrest happen as a result of their protests. You know, he died one of the most hated men in America when he was assassinated. And that was because he was seen as a violent rabble-rouser at the time. And so what he was doing specifically relied upon violent response to nonviolent action that was disruptive, that was, inconvenient to a white supremacist nation. Do you think Charlie Kirk was bad? I put out a 3-hour video about Charlie Kirk. If you're interested in my opinions on him, you can go watch that over on my channel.
Desiring wanting to be around and highlighting normal gay guys. It's a normal experience to want and desire.
Are you crazy? Like, we are gay. They're gonna come after you anyway if you come after us.
You say they're gonna come after you if they come after us. We know that's not to be the case. Trump.
We know this not to be the case. They're literally rolling back non-discrimination laws to allow them to discriminate against LGBTQ people. The discrimination happens whether or not you are a normal gay or a flamboyant gay. The discrimination doesn't give a like I gotta be honest, bigots don't care if you present yourself as the most passable, heterosexual man on the planet. If they know that you're gay, they're still gonna discriminate against you. The rainbow's a sign from God that he will never destroy the earth with water ever again. I mean, that's the biblical imagery, right? But you certainly understand there are other religions that have been around for thousands of years who have also seen rainbows. Right? This is like saying Christianity owns the ocean because in the Bible it says God created the ocean. So the gays can't go on their cruises anymore. Come on. The gays will never take the ocean from us.
Has already been president.
It's silly. It's silly, man. Stop it.
Nothing happened to gays. He's president now and nothing's happened to gays. What we do see, and we see the trends, and we've seen the graphs, the gays were starting to be fine. But again, like I said in the beginning of this video, they're different communities now. They advocate for different things. They're pushing different things. So yeah, you're gonna see the decline.
Danny Boy of Light, this is live.
Because it's not like the community stayed the same. Yes, there is a common enemy, so you want to say, but there's also a growing amount of people that are like, hey, I'm cool with gay people. I'm cool with you living and existing, but don't flaunt it and show it in my face, going so far as the super flamboyant, the super over the top, the rainbows, the glitter, the super fem.
There was no rain before the flood? As somebody who literally taught the Bible for years, that is not accurate. That is not accurate to the biblical text.
I mean, that part, no. When we're talking about the stereotypical LGBTQ community, no part of that. But there's a large amount of people in the United States, especially straight people, even some religious people, they're like, hey, I ain't got a problem with a chill gay dude. But it's when you are over the top.
The earth was watered by mist before the flood? I have to be honest, I am thrilled and delighted by this absolutely wild new turn in biblical literalism. I was not expecting to encounter this here. This is... I'm genuinely baffled in the most delightful way. Mistborn was real. Hashtag Brandon Sanderson.
The only I can kind of relate that to is they don't like that caricature, that personality, that kind of identity group.
Cool person? Hell yeah, I can work with that. I can work with Trump sucks as a president.
For example, black people, right? There's a difference between black people.
Yeah, Libbies can't acknowledge the pre-flood misting of the world. It's true. Liberals will never understand.
Hello, me, just like a black American versus a hood. It's just so commonly that when you're talking about the black community at large, you're referring to the hood behaviors within it. You're talking about gay people, you're talking about the gay community, that caricature that exists. But more often than not,
there's only two genders. Trump is your president. Respect your country. Man, respect your country. I believe in America that values freedom. And I live how I want. So shove your preconceived notions up your ass. and maybe choose to believe in freedom instead of whatever the fuck bastardization of serve and obey you believe in.
People don't have a problem with black people, they have a problem with hood people, hood behavior. It doesn't matter your ethnicity. If you're just hood, it's like, the ghetto, That's what people have an issue with. So for gays, a lot of people aren't even homophobic. They just don't want to deal with the faggotry that is the LGBTQ community. They ain't got no problem.
My Rottweiler identifies as a cat. What do you think about that? I think that's fascinating. How do you communicate with your Rottweiler to know that he or she believes that she's a cat? Like, I'm getting more interested in this back and forth, honestly.
I'm a regular schmegular gay people exist and going about their day.
Wait, I'm sorry, did he drop a slur?
Gays, a lot of people aren't even homophobic. They just don't want to deal with the faggotry that is the LGBTQ community.
Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, we're not homophobic.
God
we just
turned
don't
the
want to
hose
deal
from
with
mist to
slurs.
pressure wash, causing the flood accidentally. He's since fixed it to shower.
Oh, that's good to know. He must have gotten Satan, his local plumber, in on that operation.
They ain't got no problem with regular schmegular gay people exist and going about their day. No, it's not that they have an issue with. It's this damn crazy ass community.
Hey, you guys, my name is Todd Mendiola. Hi, and I'm one
Hi,
of what
Todd.
we call the normal gays. Okay, I've been out of the closet since I was 20 years old, and I've never lived by my sexual identity or what my sexual preference is. If somebody asks me if I'm gay, I tell them. Do I make out with guys in public? No. Do I go around announcing?
Do I kiss my partner in public? No. Do I hold hands with him in public? No. Do I tell people we're associated? No. Do we eat together in public? No. Do we see movies together in public? One time. We sat 50 feet apart on opposite ends of the theater. But I knew in my heart we were holding hands, and that was wrong. Do we go to the grocery store together? No. Do I buy him food at the grocery store? Also no. Are we independently wealthy? Yes. Do we live in separate houses? Also yes. Have we ever had sex? No. Is he real? I'll never tell.
To everybody that I'm gay and that, you need to accept me? No, because I had already accepted myself as gay, and I knew that the people that surrounded themselves around me knew I was gay, and everybody accepted me.
That's what it should boil down to. It's weird when you're expecting other people to automatically accept you and be okay with you. No. The more obviously, I'd love for the projections to go away, the stereotypes to go away. I would love that. But at the end of the day, when you focus on yourself and you focus on your growth, your individuality, your own life, and your crew around you, they're going to love and accept you for who you are, and then you go about your day. When you're out here being this demanding, this loud, this aggressive, people are not going to respect that if you're acting crazy. If you are flaunting around in the streets and you're in Speedos and you're making out and like you're doing all the very deranged stuff, no one wants to see that, straight or gay. For me.
Now, what's interesting about this is that straight men in Speedos do make out with their partners in public. Or kiss their partners. And like walk around in skimpy little outfits. And that's fine.
Holding hands? That's how babies are made. Preg incoming.
God. But also, all of this is difficult for me personally, because like I'm a child of like the 90s. I grew up in the 90s, and I remember vividly the news coverage of Matthew Shepard, right? And like the idea here that like, oh well, we're just normal, we're just out here living our own lives, and if you just live your own life and you don't like present as gay or do anything gay in public whatsoever, people can like you. And it's like, I don't know, I keep thinking back to like Matthew Shepard, who was tortured, tied to a wooden fence, and left to die beaten and alone on the side of the road. And I think about that a not insignificant amount of the time. That this, 21-year-old kid was going through, some stuff, met these two guys, thought like went with them, and then these guys betrayed that trust and murdered him horribly, horrifically, in a way that people have called a crucifixion.
Also, if you're wearing...
I'm gonna mute that one. Bad timing on that. And I think about that, and then that happened, right? Not that long ago. It happened in 1998. And the idea that because it's 2026 now, we're just so far removed from that. Matthew Shepard was just trying to live his life too. He wasn't trying to be flamboyant. He wasn't trying to be extra. He wasn't trying to be like degenerate, in Amir Odom's words. And that didn't save him. He was still beaten to death and left to die on the side of the road. And I just think about that a lot. Because the idea here that you can somehow, as an LGBTQ person, make yourself palatable enough to protect yourself from bigotry isn't true. It's not a true idea. Making yourself as digestible as possible to the people around you does not save you from institutionalized bigotry. It does not save you from the kind of delusional hatred that many people in our country have for LGBTQ people. And we're going to talk about this coming up, but there was just a mass shooting like a couple days ago at a mosque in San Diego. 2 teenage boys covered in body armor, which was covered in Nazi regalia, with long guns, tried to storm this mosque. And authorities have recovered, of course, a manifesto. It's full of neo-Nazi bullshit, white supremacist rhetoric, typical far-right stuff. And they talk extensively in this manifesto about hating LGBTQ people, about developing just this abhorrence of LGBTQ people. And to people like that, and there are unfortunately more of them than you might think in this country who hate LGBTQ people that much, there is no amount of respectability that will save you. And I like that is kind of one of the tragedies of a position like Amir Odom. He's trying to maintain the illusion, not among LGBTQ people, right? Because Amir Odom's content is not geared towards LGBTQ people. Amir Odom's role in the conservative propaganda space is to provide plausible deniability for people who do experience that level of bigoted hatred for LGBTQ folks. To give them a way to say, well, I don't hate LGBTQ people. I just hate the degenerate ones. I just hate the same ones that Amir Odom hates. And Amir Odom, he's one of the good ones. But that hatred eventually grows so big that it consumes those who provide that plausibility narrative. Eventually, were Amir Odom's political stances to be validated by the general electorate of the United States, he would be destroyed by them.
mean, I don't like PDA. It makes me uncomfortable. Straight gay doesn't matter. It's like we're in public. That's just me, but again.
Yeah, it makes me so uncomfortable to hold my partner's hand in public. That kind of PDA, it's gross. Like, man, just sad. Impoverished. What, PDA makes you uncomfortable in public? Like, if you're getting a romantic dinner with your husband, you're not gonna, like, give him a smooch? During your candlelight dinner? That's sad. The way you police yourself in ways that straight people would never police themselves, it's sad. It cheapens your life and your experience.
Again, not all gays are like this, and I'm glad that we got an OG normal gay out here that's explaining this.
All these other letters after the LGB are identity crisis. They're people that I don't understand what it's about. It has nothing to do with me liking guys. Trans is a completely other topic, and all these other, they, this, thems. It's all different. I'm just one of the normal gays that lives my life privately. If you ask me if I'm gay, I'll tell you. I've been in the fitness industry.
By the way, there are also trans people who are like this, who try and say, like, I'm a normal trans person, so, like, don't be bigoted towards me. You want to be bigoted towards, like, the flamboyant transes, the non-passing transes. Look, I pass really well. Don't be bigoted towards me. No. It's the same shit. It's the same fucking shit that this guy is pulling right here. And of course, it doesn't work in that circumstance either. Bigots still hate trans people, even the ones that try and make themselves as palatable as possible.
Industry for 35 years, successfully went from Seattle to Hollywood trainer to New York.
No one wants to watch people make out? Then don't stare at other people on a romantic, having a romantic dinner. Stop being a freak who's staring at other people.
For SoulCycle Berry's boot camp for 14 years as a full-time instructor in New York City. Fundraised, but I never lived my life by my sexual identity.
No, and no one should. Your life shouldn't be dictated by your identity.
Coder Joe, thank you very much for the 2 tier 1 subs. I love Adam Tots. I love Adam Tots. Yes, it is. It is this comic in particular. We finally did it. We finally outlawed all the trans people and drag queens. Thanks for your help. Happy to be of service. So, who are we going after next? I said, who's next? Who? It do be like that, though.
It shouldn't be, the whole lifestyle, your life, your personality, your friend groups shouldn't.
Also, everyone should go follow him, Adam Tots. Great cartoonist. Excellent work. Also, his horror stuff is very fun.
Be based off of just you're gay. Just you're black, just you're white, just you're this, you're that. No, you are an individual person. You are different, you are special, you are...
Yeah, any individual is more than stereotypes. But that also applies to the people you're talking about. The people in the community you are blanket hating on. Like, of course, flamboyant LGBTQ people are just as valuable and also not as subject to the stereotypes you are trying to push on them. God.
More than these little characteristics that are about you.
No one's next, says somebody who never studied history in their life.
You're more than that. You have more substance than that. And your life shouldn't be limited to just whether you're gay or you're black, whatever it may be. That's not what it should be. Be proud of who you are. Accept who you are. If someone asks you, yeah, I'm gay, what's up? What's good? What about it? But you don't have to make it your entire identity. Your life doesn't have to revolve around it. That's what we're referring to when it comes to this whole normal gay conversation.
Yeah, no LGBTQ person's life revolves entirely around them being gay. That's not the case for any queer person. But again, and I said this earlier, I'll say it again, the reason LGBTQ people come together as a community is because of the shared experience of being oppressed by societal bigotry towards LGBTQ people. That's the reason the community forms. And part of the reason the community doesn't have that many elders, that many old people, is because the Reagan administration allowed AIDS to ravage the LGBTQ community before doing anything to act on it. Right? And so a whole generation of people in the LGBTQ community was wiped out.
Like, we're seeing more people who are gay just live a regular schmegular life. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. There's a rise of gay people not identifying with the LGBTQ community, and that's okay. You can just be you.
That's not true. 300,000 LGBTQ people died of AIDS during the AIDS epidemic. Please learn more about what you're talking about before you say that.
You don't have to be a part of this caricature that is the LGBTQ community. You don't have to. And for so many gays out there, they fall into that trap that they have to, that they should.
I know way more about history than you do. I studied history in college, and I minored in it. So I have a pretty definitive level of expertise compared to most average Joes.
Community's all I got. They have my back. Everyone else hates me. This, that. Oh my gosh, it's so hard being gay in America. No, you can just live your life. You can find your friends that are gonna love you and accept you for who you are. It's like, oh, it's okay. Do I have gay friends? Of course. Do I have straight friends? Yes. Like, I just have good friends around me, and that's all you need.
And I already knew people were...
Get over yourself? Get over yourself. You just denied the deaths of 300,000 people.
I know way more about history than that guy, and I say you're correct.
Thank
also,
you.
I donated to say it, so I'm objectively more correct.
True, Jobert. True. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it.
Proud of me, so I didn't need to go march on top of these floats either and prove to everybody that I was just as good as them, because I already knew I was.
Period.
So, and I like to, you know, I'm not a Speedo, I'm a board short guy.
Same.
And anyway, I just wanted to let you know that there are some of us out there, and I know some of you
The board short community is devastated, I'm sure, at the association with this clan.
watching that are gay know exactly what I'm talking about.
Preach. I know there are people out there that know exactly what I'm talking about. They're relating to what I'm saying, what this guy is saying.
Are you talking about HIV? Yeah, I'm talking about the generation of LGBTQ people who died to HIV, you ding-dong.
You're not alone. You're not
And HIV becomes AIDS.
crazy for thinking the way that you do. You don't have to be lumped into this huge community. You can just chill.
There are plenty of elder gays. What are you talking about? There are 300,000 fewer elder gays because they died from AIDS. Like, I don't understand how bad conservatives could possibly be at math. And yet every day when I do one of these streams, you guys manage to push it to new lows. When you take a community of people and you subtract 300,000 from said community, the community becomes smaller. There are fewer of those people in that age demographic. I don't know how much more straightforward I can make this.
And be you. I know some of the most manliest gays out there. Ranchers, plumbers, electricians.
Yeah, because gay men can be masculine and also still part of the LGBTQ community.
Like, you wouldn't even think that they're gay.
AIDS isn't our fault, bro. Okay, so I guess we do need to talk about the history of AIDS. I assumed people would know more about this. Let's see here. You know what? Let's just take a look here at the San Francisco AIDS Foundation website. All right. Let's take a look. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Promoted from when you hit LVL 20 as a gay and wanted to promote.
That's true. You do have to hit level 20, but you also have to make sure when you hit level 20, you're holding the correct emblem. If you aren't holding the right emblem, you will class into a potentially suboptimal evolution. Let's just take a look here. Reagan's legacy. No look back at the nation's 40th president would be complete without remembering
I've
his
been getting
inattention to
attacked
the
on
AIDS
TikTok
epidemic.
for the last month for pointing out that being pro-censorship of media that they don't like will only hurt the LGBT plus community. This vid has that energy.
Yeah. Why are you mad at me about it? I'm mad at you because you denied that it happened. It's like coming into my chat and denying the Holocaust. I'm gonna get mad at you about that. I'm gonna get mad when you, like, come in and you say something unspeakably stupid from a place of ignorance. So I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt and trying to educate you on this topic, as opposed to attributing to you malevolence, which is, I think, particularly generous on my part. No look back at the nation's 40th president would be complete without remembering his inattention to the AIDS epidemic, which arose on his watch. Let's take a look here. This month's National Remembrance of Ronald Reagan's 100th birthday.
Fun fact for the guy in the video, you want masked gays? The original gay men's clubs were leather/motorcycle/military clubs.
That's true. 100th birthday is focusing largely on his accomplishments, but no look back at the nation's 40th president would be complete without remembering his inattention to the AIDS epidemic which arose on his watch. Consider that Mayor Dianne Feinstein's AIDS budget for the city of San Francisco was bigger than President Reagan's AIDS budget for the entire nation. That was true for 2 years in a row.
Reagan's explicit orders to his CDC during at the start of AIDS was look busy, do nothing. Disney and rock and roll are objectively worse because Howard Ashman and Freddie Mercury we taken.
Yep. Libby's hate debate. You're not debating. You're just saying
reached
something
level
didn't
20
happen.
with a bi emblem and now I do nothing but eat hot chip and lie.
Hell yeah. Yeah, the mayor of San Francisco's budget for people affected by AIDS was bigger than Ronald Reagan's budget for the entire country affected by AIDS. This was true for 2 years in a row in the mid-1980s. In fact, Reagan's proposed federal budget in 1986 actually called for an 11% reduction in AIDS spending from $95 million in 1985 down to $85.5 million in 1986. The disease we now call AIDS was first identified 30 years ago in medical journals in 1981, President Reagan's first year in office. It quickly took hold in the media and in the national consciousness, yet it wasn't until May 31st, 1987 that President Reagan would give his first major address on AIDS. It was at an outdoor speech in Washington organized by AMFAR, the American Foundation for AIDS Research. It took him 6 years to even talk about the fact that hundreds of thousands of people were dying.
Imagine being married to the throat goat, and both of you hating ******. Inconceivable.
Inconceivable indeed. It's worth noting, by the way, that 300,000 is such a large number that it begins to get close to the number of soldiers who were killed in the US military during World War II. So, I don't know, seems like a pretty big oversight to not talk about it when you're president of the US.
For us, but sad. Also peanut butter.
Peanut butter is good too. I agree. You think Ohio had a problem? Ohio did have a problem. It was a national illness. It wasn't located just in San Francisco. Like, frankly, the idea that you're just like, well, only 300,000 people died. You're like laughing off the number of casualties the US military endured during World War II. Like, oh, well, it's not a big deal that the President of the United States didn't fund a response to it. Didn't even talk about it for 6 years. Like, It'd be like if the US president didn't fucking talk about World War II as it was happening. Get your head out of your ass, please.
Unless they told
you. Can't admit it. You are incoherent and frankly deeply offensive to anyone who actually gives a damn about the lives lost. The idea that you think that people in Ohio weren't dying of AIDS, that AIDS was limited to just San Francisco. I had family members who died from AIDS. And you know what? My family treated it like it was some big secret, some fucking scandal. I didn't learn that that was the reason why my cousin died until he had been in the ground for 10 years. So don't you come in here and fucking tell me that like this was a non-thing. And I live in Minnesota, motherfucker. People were dying across this country, and now you are trying to tell me wasn't that big of a deal. Fuck you. You spit on the graves of American citizens. You spit on the legacy of hardworking Americans. You are dishonest. You are disloyal to this country. And no one in this country should owe you a damn until you make good to every single one of those people who died due to people like you turning a blind eye when it mattered the most. People like my cousin needed people like you, and you guys didn't show up, and instead you laughed at them as they wasted away in hospital wards across this country. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh, why are you so excited? 'Cause people in my family died. Why am I so excited? I don't know. Maybe because I love people in my family. And maybe that's an idea that is incomprehensible to bigoted pieces of shit like you. But I'm done with that. But this is the kind of thing, right? That people like Amir Odom exist to launder. People like Amir Odom exist to launder the opinions of that person I just banned from my chat. People like Amir Odom exist to provide plausible deniability. So that the people like the guy I just banned from my chat can go about their day thinking that they're good people, that they're honest, that they're hardworking Americans, that they care about their communities. Amir Odom exists to provide a barrier between that bigot and their own bigotry. And I have a limited amount of patience for that shit.
That exists out there. You can be that and it's fine. And again, the only reason I say that you can be that and it's fine is because when I came out the closet, I thought, and I read the comments, there's a couple of y'all too who felt that because you were gay, you had to be
107
gay.
deaths in Ohio. 107.
107. And you know what? LGBTQ community in the 1980s in Ohio, not that big. It was probably a pretty sizable portion of the LGBTQ population in Ohio at the time who was living openly. Never knew your cousin died from AIDS. How heartbreaking. Yeah.
Jack, you are the best.
Thanks, stop the stupidity. I don't make it a habit to talk about like how my family members died. But fuck, man. My grandfather was a fucking war hero in World War II. The amount my family has sacrificed for this country is ridiculous. And bigots will just come in here and shit on all of that. We had a president who turned his back on LGBTQ people suffering an epidemic that killed hundreds of thousands of them, and he sat back, did nothing, and pretended it wasn't happening. until finally it started affecting straight people. People like Amir Odom are like, well, why do we even need a pride movement anymore? We need a pride movement because there is a sizable portion of the American population, of American politicians, of people with power who would see each and every one of us dead if they could manage it.
You don't have to. You can just be you. It's okay.
I'm going to try to address this concept with as much nuance and grace that I think that it deserves. I'm going to give a few different examples of what I mean, but I hate when people push their lifestyle or their, opinions on other people. Your journey is not everyone's journey, right? It's part of the reason why I don't really care about Pride Month, and I don't take offense if people don't support Pride Month, because, it's a little pushy. It's a little, noxious to an extent, in my opinion.
It is. It's very obnoxious. It's very in your face. It's very aggressive. Accept me. Love me. Embrace me. Yo, do that for yourself. And if your friend groups around you support you, your family and friends, and you're chilling. We all got the same rights and protections of the United States. The hell you doing all this for? It's not necessary.
Don't take people's lack of support for Pride Month as a lack of support for me, or me being a normal gay in a monogamous relationship being able to get married. That is what is going to win people over if that is the goal. It's just you.
No, there is no amount of making yourself palatable that will win over these people. There's no amount. Can't do it. Because bigotry is not rational. Bigotry is not a rational response to the world. It is not rational to hate people who have a different sexuality than you. It is not rational to hate people who have a different gender identity than you. It is not rational. It's not a rational idea. It is an irrational one that is taught and reinforced in different social circles. The idea that you can make yourself more palatable by simply being more normal, that's not true.
Living your normal life, being normal.
Yes, you just existing. And highlighting and showing that, hey, there are gay people like this that exist. I've come across people on this channel, and I get the DMs on Instagram and the comments where there's been some, people admit it. Yo, I thought I was homophobic. I thought I hated gays, but I don't hate gay people.
Yeah, I don't hate gay people. I just hate the degenerate gay people. You're one of the good ones. I would never hate someone like you. I just hate all of those gay people. Again, this is just the laundering of said bigotry. It is just creating the plausibility, the plausible deniability for those bigots.
Showing that it's you can be gay and be normal, but the problem I have is with this community, this lifestyle, that identity. That's the problem people have.
Do we have to support Pride Month? I don't know. Do we have to support civil rights for LGBTQ people? My answer would be yes. Other people who are bigots would say no.
But then people come out now I have gay friends. I used to be homophobic, but now I have a lot of gay friends because I've realized I just didn't like.
Is the audio desynced? Maybe you need to refresh. It's not desynced on my end.
That not liking that doesn't make you homophobic, especially when you have gay friends and you support them and you love them and you embrace their relationships and their marriages and their kids and all that. What that's shown me personally is that there is a separation between gay and LGBTQ. There is a separation between a normal gay and this idea or this, again, caricature of what a gay man's supposed to be. The more this is highlighted, that hey, we're just Bert and Ernie. Again, we're just two dudes chilling, dog, working hard, pouring into the country with our dual income, no kids. And then eventually you get kids. We're just minding our business. We're chilling.
Yeah, bigots hate the idea of gay people having kids. All you have to do is look up the entire controversy around Dave Rubin having kids and his relationship with the Blaze as a result. He literally got called in by Glenn Beck for Glenn Beck to try and scold him out of having children after suddenly a whole swath of the Blaze's audience realized Dave Rubin was gay. Because he posted a picture of him and his husband with children.
The more you do that, the more you highlight that we're just out here existing, the more respect we'll gain, like we were gaining throughout the 2010s, that, hey, actually gay people are chill. They good. They chilling. Great parents, pouring into their kids, pouring into their families.
Look, there's nothing wrong if you just want to be a Will and Grace gay. There's nothing wrong with that. But there is something wrong with looking down your nose at other types of LGBTQ
While
people.
I was growing up, AIDS, and by extension sex, was expressed to me as a literal death sentence. Maybe that's why it took me 40 years to understand I was trans.
Yeah, exactly. People tried to use this, and by people I mean Christians in particular. And I know this because I grew up a fundamentalist Christian. Tried to use AIDS as reason for why abstinence was the only way. Because if you weren't abstaining, you could get AIDS and die. It was literally something that was taught to teenagers in Sunday school. Yeah, it was also part of that whole purity culture, which was deeply, deeply weird. The purity balls, man. Super fucking weird.
Doing what they need to do. Are there bad apples? Yes. Are there straight bad apples? Yes. If we just focus on being a good human, focus on good families, good communities, we'll be chilling.
I always find it interesting when queer women that are not lesbians are like, I'm not gay enough.
This is what I'm talking about. I have no relation to this. I don't understand this. It based off of what we know language.
I'm sorry, wait.
Are like, I'm not gay enough.
This is what I'm talking about. I have no relation to this. I don't understand this. It based off of what we know language to be and definitions to be, this doesn't make sense to me. A queer woman that's not a lesbian. So you're a straight woman? Live your life.
Yeah, because there are only two ways a woman might be gay. That's either straight or lesbian. Or, bisexual. Or maybe bi-romantic. I don't know. There are other types of sexualities that might have a broader broader spectrum of attraction. Yeah, pansexual, asexual, bi-romantic. Yeah, there are a whole host of ways this could manifest.
Purity culture always confounded me. When do we ever praise inexperience? How do you get so good at sex? I was homeschooled.
I mean, I wish it confounded me, but the reality... First of all, Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the show. And Anime Sidekick Al, also thank you for the $10 super chat. But it doesn't confuse me because effectively the rhetoric I got growing up was if you have sex, you become like used gum and no one wants to chew used gum. You can't unchew gum. And so that idea got taught to a lot of guys. And a lot of guys internalized it. And when they grew up to be 30, 40, 50-year-old men, a lot of them put on a pedestal this idea of sex with somebody who's never had sex before. And so a lot of 30-year-old, 40-year-old, 50-year-old men in America, straight men, pursue sex with the youngest possible people they can find. So that's why you get how an entire show like How I Met Your Mother has a character whose entire thing is being like a 30 to 40-year-old man having sex with 18-year-olds. It's how you get like one of the most popular boards on Reddit being r/jailbait for like 15 years. It's how you get like the creepy level of sexualization famous girls go through, you know? Like I'm old enough to remember the Olsen twins having an online countdown to the day and hour and minute they turned 18 years old. And it was like one of the most trafficked websites on the internet. Like there as a result of stuff like this, there was like this hyperfixation on getting on virginity, on like adult men wanting to have sex with virgin girls. And it's deeply gross and it's deeply disgusting, and like it is unfortunately part of the reality we live in.
Do what you want to do, but we are not one and the same. I do not relate with this. I do not relate with the jump scare Lilitinos of the world. I don't relate with the they thems. I don't relate with any of that.
But that's fine. You don't have to relate. You just have to accept. You just have to accept that they exist and deserve respect.
I don't.
You don't have to. It's not for you. Presumably you're not non-binary.
Are there some correlations between, you know, the LGBTQ community? Sure, there are some similarities, some of the same, you know, hobbies, whatever it may be. But because it's been lumped in together so much, and early on, we did have the same common enemy, had to fight through the same different things, I feel like that's since changed.
You know, I feel like that's since changed. We got ours. Bye. It's genuinely like a, we got ours, fuck y'all.
And it has gotten to the point where there are certain sects of the TQ plus community that's completely gone off the rails and makes, like, if I'm a gay man looking at this like this is crazy, what the hell you think straight people are doing? If I'm a gay man...
I mean, I know straight people, and the straight people who aren't bigots just go, oh, you're non-binary. Cool. Hey, mate, they're really cool. You gotta meet them. There is such a thing as an ally who's straight, you know? Like, what do you think the straights are doing? I don't know, being cool and chill if they're not bigots.
Calling out all these different things, whether it be the trans kids, the drag queens dancing in front of children, the pride parades in elementary schools. If I'm a gay man calling that out and saying this is wrong, what do you think straight people are doing and how are they feeling?
Okay, question. Can we just like, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Yeah, here we go. That isn't what I was looking for. Here we go. Perfect.
Let's go back to sleep, Rahaf. We're so tired. See the bunny sleeping till it's nearly noon. Shall we wake them with a merry tune? They're so still. Are they ill? Wake up soon. Let's pretend to sleep. Wake up, little bunnies! Skip, little bunny, skip, skip, skip. Skip, little bunny, skip, skip, skip.
my god!
Skip, don't stop.
Oh my god! A woman in a costume dancing in front of that child. Oh my lord. How could it be? What degeneracy is this? Like, I just want you guys to understand, Amir Odom is so full of shit that he's like, I don't support drag queens dancing in front of children. And he's just like, you just watched a woman in a costume dance with a child. When drag queens are reading to children and dancing with children, that's the kind of dancing that they're doing. They have appropriate outfits on that are fun and colorful and, very importantly, fully clothed when they're dancing with kids. But like Amir Odom's like, I don't support this degeneracy. That Sesame Street,
We need to call out what's wrong is wrong and go about our day. And it's important to highlight the normal gays. Shout out to y'all out there for existing and letting it be known you're not a part of this hot mess that is the LGBTQ community, and you're proud of who you are. Your friends love and accept you, and that's all that matters. So if you
Wait, you're proud of who you are as like an LGBTQ person, but you're not part of the community, but you're accepted. Okay. I mean, it's good that you're loved and accepted, but it'd be really nice if you weren't trying to earn that love and acceptance by throwing every LGBTQ person that you think makes you look bad under the bus.
are watching this video right now and you are a normal gay out there, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for just existing, living as you are, and going about your day.
It's really nice of Amir Odom to provide some LGBTQ community for the normal gays. You know? It's really nice of him. Wait a minute! He's creating an LGBTQ community! Get him! He's being hypocritical! Like, this is crazy. The level of hypocrisy is off the charts.
Not really shaming if you are more feminine, if you are more elaborate. It's, if anything, I'm just glad if you're watching this channel right now, hopefully you're the type of person that's just minding their business and doing you, and you're not pushing that on someone else.
What's a normal gay person? A gay person that Amir Odom personally deems as, like, palatable to himself.
Or being rude or demanding that someone respect you. No.
He's building camaraderie straight to jail.
If this guy has a problem with women in costume dancing in front of children, that includes Big Bird. Hey everybody, this guy hates Big Bird, get him.
God. I'm glad you are embracing who you are. Your friends know you for who you are, and you're going about your day minding your business. Kudos to you. And if you're someone out there that's in the closet right now, down low, whatever it may be, you can just be you. You don't have to be a part of this LGBTQ community.
Hey, is his formulation here that people are in the closet right now because they're afraid of the LGBTQ community? Because I can tell you from experience, I wasn't in the closet because I was afraid of LGBTQ people. I was in the closet because I was afraid of straight people and how straight people would react to me. I don't think I've ever heard of someone in the closet about being LGBTQ because they were afraid of the reaction of other LGBTQ people.
You can embrace just being a regular schmegular dude, a normal gay out there, and go about your life. Because now I see that there is a trend of, yes, it's more accepting being gay, but I feel like more on the left side of politics, you have more gays that are open in who they are, and yeah, I'm gay, this, that, whatever. But you have...
Why no belly dancing for 5-year-old boys? Why you being weird? Stop it.
more the middle and the right, conservative gays, normal gays who don't even want to come out and say they're gay because they don't want to be automatically attached to the LGBTQ community. Like, I encourage, like, especially those that are in the closet and they want to come out to their family, the number one thing I recommend is saying, hey, I'm gay, but you don't have to be scared about me changing. I'm gay.
That straight people aren't afraid of their children changing. That's not why they're bigoted against LGBT. Okay, all right.
Gay, but I'm the same person you've always met, known, and loved. Nothing about me is changing, and the only thing that's changed is that you know something about me. That's it. But I'm not gonna tell you I'm gay and then switch up automatically, flaunting around, dipping and diving. Like, again, I said before, I'd be dipping and diving to concerts, minding my business. And then just because now you know.
Wait, I thought you weren't going to. So you're doing your flamboyant, like, performance when you're at concerts, but not like the other degenerate gays. I'm very confused about this one. Gotta be honest.
That I'm gay doesn't mean I'm gonna switch up on you, twirling around, dancing, becoming drag. Like, oh my gosh, I stop. I just love you. Like, no.
But you are going to Vogue? Like, what? you're gonna do some voguing, but you're like, okay. I'm very flamboyant, but like not flamboyant like that. Okay, not flamboyant like in a way that straight people are gonna be uncomfortable with. I'm flamboyant in a way where like I'm gonna do it, but you know, like not in a gay way. Okay, cool.
You just know who I have sex with. That's about it. And then also major.
That kind of rhetoric is basically rapid onset gay. It genuinely is. Like fear mongering about like some kind of rapid werewolf like transformation into a gay man.
Shout out to just regular straight people out there that are accepting of gay people for as they are, for who they are, and go about their day. Shout out to y'all. That's a real ally to me when you can acknowledge, like, hey, that's gay. Being gay is really not for me, but then also being straight's not for me. You don't like what I do.
That's, yeah, that's like most normal people in America, and also not most Republicans.
In bed, I don't like what you do in bed. We cool, we even. Shout out to the straight allies out there that accept gay people, gay families. As long as they're good people, they're pouring into their family, education, love, leadership. Like, if they're doing that, kudos to you out there. And I see you and I appreciate you and I'm thankful for you. So if you like this kind of content, again, be sure to subscribe. We have more conversations like this coming up. We will be diving in.
We've got more people to throw into the bus, y'all. We got more people to throw into the bus. Can he define regular? Genuinely, his description of what he thinks a normal gay is just kind of seems to be any gay that doesn't make him feel personally icky. Which, you know, like, that's pretty awful. You know, because there are bigots out there, right? Like Bowtie Truck Tech over in Vertical Chat on YouTube, saying I'd be all sad if my kid was gay. Exactly. Like, that's why, like, a lot of gay people stay closeted, right? Because when you're a kid, like, the adult in the room is much bigger than you and can hurt you in various ways, both emotionally, mentally, physically. It's why disproportionately LGBTQ children are kicked out of their homes, abandoned by their parents and families. You know, like, that bigotry exists, and trying to say you can come out, it's totally fine. You can come out to your parents and family and say, just say you're not going to change and you won't be flamboyant about it and everything will be fine. That's the flamboyance is not the issue to bigots. That's not bigoted bullshit. Go back in the closet like the good old days. But that's the thing, right? Like, what's crazy to me is bigots will say shit like this while denying that they're bigots, right? That's the exact reason Amir Odom makes this content. It's to provide cover for bigots who think like this. It's actually incredible that in real time, we're getting the kinds of conservatives in this chat right now who are exactly validating my points for why this content exists, why Amir Odom has a channel with almost 800,000 subscribers, and this video in particular has almost 200,000 views, right? Like, this is the reason his channel functions. It's because bigots desire a way to say, I'm not bigoted, I'm the rational one. I have rational, reasonable reasons to feel the way I do about insert minority. It like, genuinely. Because no one, even the most bigoted people alive, want to feel like they're the bad guys. They want to make themselves into the hero, the Naruto of their own narrative. And so instead of acknowledging their bigotry and biases, instead of acknowledging their level of hatred, instead of acknowledging the kinds of things that they say that are deeply, deeply racist or homophobic or transphobic, instead of acknowledging that, they want to build up a mental structure that protects them and their own ego, that convinces them they're the good guys. And like, you can see that happen in real time with folks like that commenting in the YouTube vertical chat for this one, you know? It's actually fascinating to me. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, folks, we've been on a wild and crazy journey here, but hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment about what you think the purpose of ongoing pride movements and marches are, what you like to see at your local pride, what brings you joy, and also, hey, we need to get organized. It's not enough to just show up once a year to Pride. It's not enough to just show up every so often and know the correct political positions. We need to actually start translating that into action, into political organization. We need to start translating that into a takeover of the Democratic Party, to make it more progressive, to kick out corporate Democrats who are bought and paid for by the very same donors who back Republican candidates. We need to translate that into folks getting organized with their local DSA and their local labor groups. We need folks to start getting involved. And if you don't know where to start, we can help you do that. Join our Discord, !Discord in any of the chats, and reach out to GamerG for help organizing in your local DSA. And reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing your local Dems. And folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Go check it out. It is non-tucking lingerie that fits, and it's sexy as hell to boot. So check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Woof, there we go. This was a good-ass segment. Wasn't it, though? Maybe we'll check in with Amir Odom from time to time. I'm trying out some new conservatives to add to the rotation of just like checking what they're up to. And maybe Amir Odom would be a good one. Dems suck? Agreed. We need to make them so much better. Democrats should be working for the working people of this country. Have y'all touched the button? That's actually an excellent question. We've been going for 4.5 hours now. If you've been enjoying this show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and also consider financially supporting the stream because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without your subs, your donos. You guys and your donations are the entire reason this channel can continue to exist. So if you can, do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because you guys, well, rather, this stream is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. Oof. Let's see. How are we doing on likes before I click the button?
His message of just tone it down is all part of the larger plan to silo off difference so young people are never exposed to it.
Yep.
Same with states' rights and parental rights.
Yep, it's all an effort to create different silos of acceptable people to direct bigotry towards. 100%. Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the $10 dono. Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. Very much appreciated. And folks, as always, remember to click the goddamn button. Go. Click the button. We are almost at 300 likes, and I think we can do it. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Hell yeah. Also, I don't remember how long ago it was, but I remember seeing a comment in chat while we were doing the segment about someone really liking my chain. And I do want to add, and I've told a lot of folks in chat this before, but I actually bought a purse, and the purse itself sucked, but this chain like served as like the handle for the purse, and I actually loved it so much that I took it off the purse, and I wear it as a necklace now. It was not intended to be a necklace, but I just think it looks really cool as one. Oof. Bruce Springsteen has a song titled "On the Streets of Minneapolis." Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. Folks should listen to the boss. He knows what's up. It looks awesome. I love your look today. My look is like disheveled. I've been working and doing shit like all day. So my look is just kind of disheveled, comfy housewife. That's kind of the look I'm going for. Ooh, palette cleanser, shoot bang. Very much appreciated before we go into our next segment, because our next segment is going to be heavy stuff. I'm going to take a look at Stranger Than Heaven. Maybe I remember this? It's a video game trailer?
登場界それが俺たちの国だ
登場界ほいじゃあいよいよ兄貴組立ち上げるんじゃの
やっちゃろうや兄貴なら絶対にてっぺん取れますけ
ありがとなけどそういうんじゃねえんだ
は
俺たちみてえなヤクザもん帰る場所のない連中が生きていけるそんな場所があったらいいって思わねえかねえだろそんなのだから作るんだよ俺たち自身で
Hell yeah!
That right there, that's the Japan you've been dreaming about.
This is Japan.
Stranger than heaven.
Oh, this looks so good.
Let's
道聞きたいです。
Just what are we trying so hard to protect? 歌を食い物にして蒼天堀の帝王なんて呼ばれて
This looks so
それ
fucking
でできた居
good.
場所ってのも
Holy
俺も
shit.
欲しかったものなんでしょうか
What's your story?
Kamurocho!
Just a poem for the Yakuza. Some things never change.
親分よろしくお願いいたします
Obsessing over one man's death. That's no way to live a life.
I know, but I can't just leave it alone.
If I don't settle this, my life can't ever begin. Nice to know you're not scared.
What's a man gotta do for a little peace and quiet? Dive through the silence where the memories blur.
Remember my promise, yeah?
Men come and go with you, leave for prayer. A secret ain't buried, but presence in the past. Rumors ride slow, but the truth fast. Underlying death, names still burn.
This looks so good.
弱気前やさんした You know, we could always just make our own country.
It's the only choice we got. Our only way forward is to make a place for ourselves. That settles it, Makoto. If this country won't accept us, we'll carve out our own right from underneath it.
This is so fucking cool.
Come on, join the fun. It's our homecoming after all.
So long, America! This is my home, and nothing's gonna change that!
Stranger than heaven.
Fuck, that is one of the most stylish trailers I've ever seen in my life. Holy shit. It's so cool. The fact that they're getting bigger in scope and telling a story that stretches across like an entire man's lifetime, that's so cool. That was so fucking cool. I want to play Yakuza now, right? Ain't it just cool? Ain't it just neat? Ain't it just nice? God damn. You ready to build the Tojo clan from the ground up? Hell yeah, I am. A lot of really good games this year. Yeah, I feel like we're being spoiled with like a crazy amount of good games recently, both like indie and like AAA. I still really want to. There are some. God, there are so many games that I want to play right now. Like, I want to finish Escape from Ever After. I want to really badly play Esoteric Ebb on stream. I think that'd be really fun. God, there's so many good names. Yeah, Subnautica. I need to dig my nails into Subnautica too. Mina the Hollower comes out like in a little over a week. God. Was that the trailer or the song? It was the trailer. Yep, Mina the Hollower on the 29th. I'm going to try and stream it on the 30th because I've been looking forward to it and I want to support Yacht Club games. Okay, are you guys ready to dive into our next segment? Oh boy. Yes. Here we go. Yeah. It is a... Oh shit. Here we go again. Alright. Stealing your heart as we speak. That's a good idea, because it's not... Unfortunately, it's not a fun segment. Just as a heads up. Alright. So, folks, we gotta talk about the mass shooting event that happened in San Diego just the other day. There's a lot of misinformation going on around it right now. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I'm going to start that over again, and I'm realizing I should turn off alerts, but thank you. We're going to talk about this. So, folks, we got to talk about the mass shooting that happened in San Diego a couple days ago. A couple of teenagers, one 17, one 18-year-old, decided that they were going to attack a mosque, and they managed to get their hands on a lot of weapons, on body armor, and they plastered neo-Nazi regalia all over themselves. Their weapons had hate messages etched into them, and their plan was to storm into this mosque that was attached to a school, and at the time of their attack had around 140 children inside. They deliberately staged this and planned it along the lines of the infamous mosque shooting in New Zealand, and it genuinely could have been one of the worst mass shooting events. Yeah, the Christchurch massacre. It could have been one of the worst mass shooting events in U.S. history. But luckily, as they emerged from their car and began storming the mosque, a security guard pulled a weapon and fired, hitting one of them, and the security guard was killed in the attack. And as the two teenagers entered the building, They were live streaming all of this, by the way, so don't go looking too deep on the internet because you will find the live stream footage of all of this happening. I'm, for obvious reasons, not going to play any of it. As they charged into the building, 2 men inside the mosque deliberately attracted their attention and ran out into the parking lot while on the phone with police. And the attackers, instead of continuing on into the mosque, chased these 2 men into the parking lot and killed them both. At which point, they felt cornered and they ran back to their vehicle. And in the vehicle, there is, again, they continued live streaming through all of this. One of them begs the other to kill him. And he does, and then kills himself. It's incredibly heartbreaking, but each and every one of those men at that mosque acted with extreme amounts of courage and managed to save 140 children. One of them, his wife, worked as a teacher for those children and saved his wife in the process. It is heartbreaking, right? You know, Maya, a 7th grader whose mother gave her permission to speak to the media, said she knew the 3 victims from family gatherings and from Ramadan when she would see them every day. He sacrificed his life to save everyone else's, she said. It's just a heartbreaking event. It's a heartbreaking story, and it's shocking in its brutality. And it leads, of course, to the obvious question, why did this happen? Why did this happen? Now, investigators have recovered a manifesto. The text of it is circulating online. And it's pretty obvious to me that this happened because they were far-right nihilists, you know, disillusioned with the world, hopeless, and believing that their actions would spark a great race war. And it's insane gibberish, but it's the kind of insane gibberish that you recognize. Like, if you've existed in examining far-right spaces for as long as I have, like, the pattern is undeniable, right? Like, it's not just that the rhetoric mimics what you would see on, like, far-right image boards or extremist websites, but it mimics what you hear from mainstream conservative media, what you would consider mainstream conservative media. It mimics what you would hear from basically any conservative troll in any live stream chat. Like, we've seen, like, I've been streaming tonight for about almost 5 hours, and I've seen people in chat, they usually get quickly banned, but drop rhetoric similar to the rhetoric used by those boys in their manifesto. And I mean, it's not subtle, you know? These subjects did not discriminate in who they hated, said Mark Ramilli, special agent in charge of the FBI's San Diego field office, at a press conference Tuesday. The document, reviewed by CBS News, opens with an anti-Semitic diatribe repeating the phrase, "It's the Jews." It also calls for a violent race war and references accelerationism. And yeah, again, race war etched into one of the handguns. This is apparently one of the images from the manifesto itself. Accelerate your hate, misanthropist cell. And, you know, obviously Nazi imagery right there. And it is, I mean, like their manifesto, it hates LGBT, it hates African Americans, it hates Muslims, it hates Latinos, it hates trans people in particular, it hates women. Like, these are effectively incels who, in their manifesto, by the way, complain about how they don't have success with women because they're short, you know? And it talks about how they saw the Christchurch shooter as their father. And all of the rhetoric, if you've been online long enough, you've seen before. You know, you've heard it from Steven Crowder. You've seen it in internet comments. You've seen it on different forums. You've seen it from, like, even folks like Ben Shapiro at times, right? And, like, what the right does right now, and has been doing, you know, you certainly see it from Tucker Carlson, is this circling of the drain where there is less and less that the conservative movement can offer the folks who exist within it. And so instead, what winds up happening is the rhetoric keeps getting amped up. Okay? The rhetoric keeps getting more extreme. And these people are getting more and more alienated from society the more they hate. And they hate more because of, like, the way they've been atomized, the way they've been isolated, the way they have been systematically exploited by the society we live in, right? And what winds up happening is the rhetoric spikes. These online radicalized communities find each other in an effort to combat that isolation. And then they feed off of each other. They pump each other up until finally one or two of them get together and they do something like this. It's a 75-page manifesto, by the way. I wouldn't recommend reading it. It's largely just hateful nonsense. And I mean, even the New York Times gets it right here too. Like, this is a crime made for and by the internet, but it is also oversimplified, right? Because this isn't just a crime made for the internet and by the internet, right? The internet is just a vehicle for this crime, right? They made it for an audience, not just for the internet at large. They made it to radicalize other neo-Nazi nihilist incels who are deeply conservative but feel deeply alienated from the wider conservative movement because the way they see it, or the way they believe it, they hear all of the hateful rhetoric about LGBTQ people, about black and brown people, about Muslims, about Jews, and instead of, like, saying, hey, they're taking our gerbs and we need to, like, you know, hate them and elect Republicans. Instead, they're saying, well, we hate them and so we should kill them, right? It's the next radicalizing step. And in this case, the last radicalizing step. And the trick that Republicans have done is that they have tried to radicalize their base to such a degree that a not insignificant number of these folks exist, right? That more are made And I wanted to talk about this because what's very clear to me is that this is just what the fascist death cult looks like, right? They're kitted out as neo-Nazis. They are ostensibly carrying out this attack to propagate a wider movement to kill all Jewish people, gay people, trans people, Hispanic people, black people, etc., to create that white nationalist Christian utopia that they believe in, you know? They view themselves as martyrs to this cause. And so this is what the end state of this fascist belief system leads to. This is what Donald Trump seeks to put into his followers, to put into the MAGA movement. The desire and the willingness to die for the cause, the willingness to kill for the cause, the belief that is unshaking that killing and dying for it is for the greater good, that you are a hero for being used in this way. And I mean, it's hard to deny that what's happening right now is the formation of a kind of political vanguard for Donald Trump to radicalize folks to the point that they are willing to live and die at the word of this man. And the Nazis are all aligned with Donald Trump. If Donald Trump were to try and seize power, the Nazi militias would, if they felt it was beneficial to them, fight for him. You know, this is proof of that. And you have elements of like, you have the slush fund being created to financially reward this type of fanaticism. You have the pardons that are meant to allow this type of fanaticism off the hook. It is, well, but far-right guys like Nick Fuentes can't stand Trump because Trump doesn't go far enough in their eyes. That's the problem with Trump for folks like Nick Fuentes. But the other neo-Nazis who have gone so far right have become such black-pilled individuals. You know, they throw down their lives because they think by trying to kill minorities and dying for the cause, they're going to precipitate some wider action that will force Donald Trump's hand. You know, like that's why they're doing what they're doing. And yeah, I don't think in this case it will work, but you know, that's what the deranged notions of a far-right incel who's willing to die for an imagined cause of white supremacy. Like that's what they are willing to do. That's what they believe. Yeah, it's why they talk about accelerationism in their manifesto, because they believe that by precipitating this conflict, they can force to come about a set of conditions that will make it impossible for conservatives not to seize power. This is fascism. Also, worth noting that one of the big conspiracies around this shooting that I'm sure will start popping up in more conservative circles as time goes by. One of the big conspiracies is that they were trans, and there's literally no evidence of that. And even the people who are saying that are basically saying, I made it the fuck up. But I'm going to read a quote from their manifesto about trans people. It does include a couple slurs for trans people. For the T-slurs, you disgust me. You are nothing short of completely deranged and mentally ill, trying to force your delusion to become our reality. The degeneracy that the F-slurs indulge in are multiplied tenfold with you. Your whole existence, the majority of the time, is a porn addiction that went too far and became your personality. In so many instances with both gays and especially transgenders, they end up being child molesters and pedophiles, even going as far as adopting young kids since they typically cannot have their own, and putting them through the hell of having them as parents or even sexually abusing them. Not to mention the adverse harmful effects of a child missing either a mother or father. The spread of LGBT ideology has caused the dramatic increase in its members, mostly among the youth who would have never in a million years considered it if they hadn't been exposed to it. It's about time we start treating it as it is, degeneracy. You'll never be a real woman. You'll never be a real man. There's no such thing as non-binary or any other arbitrary pronouns. So to you I say this, follow your statistic and tie that noose and kick the chair, F-slur. You know, ironically, they were the ones who took their own lives. Yeah, seems like a bit of projection there, mate. Exactly. But I read that to you guys to make sure that I want to put to bed this idea that they did this because they were secretly trans. They're not. They hated trans people. It's part of why they did this. But also, it's worth noting, and many of you who've been watching tonight's stream for, the past couple hours can attest, this is not different from the rhetoric directed at trans people by randos on the internet on a daily basis. I get comments like this all the time. Whether comments directly on my YouTube channel, in my DMs, in my email, in the chats. The mod team does a bang up job, taking out the trash. Don't get me wrong. But this is exactly the same rhetoric used by the people who support Donald Trump, who come in here day after day, And the point I'm making here is that this is the same rhetoric, in fact, that MAGA folks utilize. It's the same rhetoric because these guys believe in the same fascist ideas as the rest of MAGA. What I'm getting at is that fascism is a death cult, and this mass shooting, or attempted mass shooting, is the result of MAGA radicalization. Trump's still a better option than Kamala? I mean, the people who aren't alive anymore, due to the fact that they got radicalized by the MAGA movement, probably disagree. It's unfortunate. You will, like, even as I talk about this mass shooting, there's still Trump fans who come in here and they're like, well, even if we did cause the radicalization, Kamala was still worse. And it's crazy to say that in the aftermath of a mass shooting, in the aftermath of an attempted mass murder of 140 children by other children. I don't know, it's telling, right? It's a telling position. And I wanted to talk a little bit about this because it made me incredibly angry, right? Which is this portion of a BBC article on the shooting. Speaking to reporters at the White House on Tuesday, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance called the shooting reprehensible and encouraged Americans to pray for everyone involved. We don't want that to happen in our country, and may God rest the souls of the people who lost their lives, he said. Vance also said his wife, Usha Vance, who was born and raised in San Diego, absolutely would have known people who frequented the mosque, and that he and the second lady often eat at a nearby restaurant when they visit her family. Political violence, wherever it comes from, is unacceptable in the United States of America. Let's talk with one another, not shoot each other when we disagree. You know, Donald Trump couldn't be bothered to say anything about this attempted mass shooting, of course. But this is all incredibly rich when it comes to J.D. Vance, right? Here's J.D. Vance talking about a young Republican scandal. Specifically, the young Republicans who were caught sharing messages about how much they loved Hitler. If Donald Trump is a transformative president, it is due to his behavior more than his ideology. In policy terms, Trump is governed like a typical right-wing Republican, and the component parts of MAGAism all have deep roots in American history. Racism, nativism, nationalism, unchained capitalism, military adventurism, and even authoritarianism. Now let's take a quick look further down. Yeah. God. The nation, why you doing this to me? Ah, fuck me. But to recap, the young Republicans were involved in a scandal that across several different chapters of the organization. And the young Republicans encompass a group of, teenagers to like early to mid 30s, the young to middle-aged Republicans. And what winds up happening here is that these people in positions of leadership within the young Republican chapters start sharing messages with the N-word, talking about how great Hitler was, how much they hate Jews, all kinds of vile shit. And when this comes to light, J.D. Vance basically goes to bat for them and says their lives shouldn't be ruined for, the missteps of youth. It's crazy. It's genuinely crazy. And I just want to really emphasize here that J.D. Vance, for a very long time, has had connections with the far right. J.D. Vance in text with far-right figure, profane and off the cuff, right? So this is him talking with Charles Johnson back in 2022. And Charles Johnson is effectively a blogger and podcaster who is just asking questions about the Holocaust and doesn't think that it happened. That's the thrust of his questions. He just doesn't think it happened. Part of this is also related to Great Replacement theory, which J.D. Vance happily pushed. You also have, of course, quite a bit of rhetoric around the idea that, well, it's okay to be racist in America, but as long as you're polite about it. And it's really stupid. Isn't J.D. Vance also associated with the Dark Enlightenment movement? Yes. Yeah. I mean, basically, this guy runs cover for Nazis all the time. And that isn't even beginning to touch on the fact that J.D. Vance routinely retweets neo-Nazis on Twitter. He follows neo-Nazis on Twitter. People who talk about white nationalist ideas on Twitter. He is an out-and-out bigot. And he aligns very neatly with the kind of rhetoric found within the mass shooting manifesto in this particular case with the San Diego mosque shooting, there's no daylight. There's no daylight here. It's the same shit just repackaged. The only difference is that those teenage boys strapped on military vests and picked up guns to try and kill the same people that JD Vance is all too happy to hate on in his private time. Did JD Vance say Donald Trump was today's Hitler? He did. But again, JD Vance doesn't give a shit. He's willing to do whatever it takes to have power. Whatever it takes to generate power, to keep power, etc. And I just want to say the names of the 3 men who saved over 140 children. Amin Abdullah, Mansour Kazia, Nadir Awad. Absolute heroes. Absolute heroes. The 2 men, by the way, inside the mosque who led these shooters away from children, away from their friends and families, unarmed. They were unarmed. They ran out into a parking lot knowing that they were probably going to die. But they bought those children time, and the security guard, Amin Abdullah, was able to initiate lockdown procedures that likely also saved lives. Those men were heroes. Amin Abdullah had 8 children. "78-year-old Mansour Kazia, described as a mosque elder and founding member of the center, and Nadir Awad, 57, who lived across the street from the center and whose wife worked as a teacher at the center's school." There he is with his cat. If it was not for him, as the chief mentioned, the carnage would have been much worse. He was the one who stopped them, who slowed them down. If he didn't do that, what he did, and he sacrificed his life, the 2 suspects would have had easy access to every single classroom. Awad, who he described as his neighbor, rushed to do something after he heard the gunfire. These are people who heard gunfire and ran towards it, unarmed. It's a rough story. It's a rough day. But this is the hatred that breaks. This is what fascism is. This is the true nature of the death cult laid bare. This is what the MAGA movement is. This is what it stands for. It is the subjugation of all, demanding the death of even the subjugators themselves in the name of the glorious leader. That's what fascism is. That's what MAGA is. We can't have illusions about it anymore. This movement, if it is allowed to win and hold power, to grow roots and be allowed to stay, it will knock on every single one of our doors. It is of existential importance that we begin organizing if we haven't already begun. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, this community specifically has people with experience in organizing various communities, in organizing within DSA, in organizing within your local Dems. We can give you help on how to get started. We can give you advice on how to deal with the conservative elements of your local Dems and how to defeat them, how to defang them, and how to make your local Democrats more progressive, more willing to fight, more willing to go to the mat for each and every one of us within this country, because that's the kind of thing we need. We need bravery from Democrats that matches the heroes of that mosque in San Diego. The moment demands bravery, the moment demands action, the moment demands more from us than it has in the past. So join your local Dems, we'll help you. Join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We can help you get started. It only takes a handful of organized people to change local politics in your town, in your city, and even in your state. It takes a handful of people working together. Right now, there are hundreds of people watching this live stream. If you all got involved and started doing the work in your community of organizing, of doing door knocking, of changing policy, we could make this country measurably better, even with this size of a community. And I'm not the biggest community out there. Dragonfly, who is offering to help you organize your local Dems, has 8 years of experiencing doing just that. So, please, it's not enough to just know what's happening anymore. We have to act upon that information. So organize, organize, organize. And with all that being said, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment, share this around, and let's keep going. Oof. Wouldn't it be nice to have Dems with a spine? We have to be that spine? True! True, true, true. What do you even say to people who said they didn't vote for this? They voted for the economy? I guess you ask them to fix it. You know, like if somebody says they didn't vote for this, ask them to fucking fix it. Can't build a spine when y'all can't figure out what one is? Dude, you wouldn't know it if it walked up and slid up your ass. Not a single one of you MAGA fucks has a spine. There's more spine in a single Democrat than any of y'all, and that's saying something, because I've seen Chuck Schumer, and his spine is shit.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Y'all are silly little billies. Look at all those jellyfish. Yeah, the MAGA jellyfish. Just a bunch of pricks. Well, we made it through just one of the absolute worst parts of what we had to talk about. Yeah, can I just play a clip to emphasize how spineless MAGA folks are?
Before we let you go, Miller, your wife's a big star now. How's your ego?
Don't worry, I have a very, very secure, intact ego, owing to the fact, Jesse, that thanks to my appearances on your show, I've never had a larger fan following. So your show has been great for my ego and self-esteem. And most importantly of all, any man who works for President Trump is a man that is very, very strong and self-assured in this world. There's nothing better for your self-confidence than being able to work for President Trump. And so that is a blessing I have every day.
If you don't have it, it'll turn you into a puddle of tears.
Yep.
Miller, good to see you. Before we let you go, Miller, your wife's...
Man, it like the level of like... The level of obsequiousness is genuinely wild, you know? No, no, no. Listening to Donald Trump makes me stronger and more virile. You don't understand. Oh, someone on social media let me know that the Amir Odom video where he's responding to that one person who's like, "Oh, naked people walking around pissing on each other," is a very specific San Francisco-based kink festival called the Folsom Street Fair, which is adults only and has signs all over the place letting people know exactly what they're in for if they go to it. So, notably, not a pride event. Just as a little clarification from the past. Sing a song? Ooh. Ooh! What song should I sing? Let's see. Okay. All right. We're going to do a little song, all right? I live here on a Powderhorn Street where ICE agents walk the beat with the signing bonus $50,000. When we saw those vicious goons steal our neighbors from their rooms, we went out into the streets and yelled and hollered, "Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists." Oh, sorry. "And how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Won't you tell her how you stood in the way of Renee Good? How she tried to leave, but you were too afraid of her. How she did just what you said, so you shot her in the head for the crime of standing up for her own neighbor. neighbors. Come out, ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists. How the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. I bet you felt so big and strong when Nurse Pretty came along, and he tried to shield a woman you were beating. 6 agents held him down, and you shot him on the ground. Stood around to watch him as he lay there bleeding. Come out, ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists. How the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come, let us hear you tell how you serve the country well, gassing children in their schools and cars and houses. How the nation's great distress can be solved by DHS if you repress the rage your cruelty arouses. Come out, ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists. How the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. From the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Woof. How y'all doing, folks? Thanks. Didn't even have to look at the lyrics. I had to cough a little bit. I apologize for that. I'll next time maybe I'll have a not fully shot voice at like 2:30 in the morning, but doing my best. Yes, it is an adaptation of Come Out Ye Black and Tans. Can we listen to this one? Oh, I do like this. It's great. I think we'll watch it on a new day though. God. What a good, you know what? I do have a lot I need to get done tomorrow morning or later today. So I'm going to call it a night. But tomorrow we're going to cover the Jeff Bezos interview. We're going to talk about farmers. We're going to talk about AI. We're going to talk about all kinds of stuff. And I'm really, really excited. You brought a tear to my eye and warmth to my dark heart. Hell yeah. Glad to be of service, friends. I will see you all tomorrow, folks. But take it sleazy, folks. Bye. And support the stream if you can. Bye. Avalon of Babylon, where you been? Appreciate you. Bye.